How about that? Let's get into it, shall we? Greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Andrew Kirchhoff, and welcome to our Sunday morning live stream. Kick off with Kirchhoff for Week 5 of the 2023 fantasy football season. Over the course of the next, what's going to feel like 10 hours, it's going to be 4 hours of nonstop fantasy football related questions, answers, rankings, all that kind of jazz in order to help you guys set your lineups for the given week. Of course, in just a couple moments, we'll have a situation here where, without a doubt in my mind, we're going to have a lot of questions regarding the upcoming game, which starts in less than 30 minutes between, of course, the one and only Buffalo Bills and the Jacksonville Jaguars. About 80% of you believe that the Buffalo Bills will be victorious in the given week. Either way, welcome. Hope you guys are doing well. Again, as you guys can see to the right side of the screen, we have updated rankings for my top 36 running backs, wide receivers, top 16 quarterbacks, and tight ends. This is for a half PPR scoring format. So if you have any questions regarding these players within, their interpositional overall demands, hopefully the rankings on screen that are literally there in front of you will answer the questions that you need going forward. Greatly appreciate it. Again, there are a lot of players that are anticipated to already miss. Saquon Barkley is not in my overall rankings. I'm anticipating him to miss in the given week. Neither is Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs. I do still have Aaron Jones and Devontae Adams within my rankings. I do expect them both to play. I have lessened their overall rankings in comparison to where I had them on Thursday, where I had them on Tuesday and Wednesday, primarily because there is potentially still a chance in which they don't play. And if that's the case, because they play tomorrow, I've lessened their ranking just in case if you have another alternative option that is just slightly better than them in this overall scenario, you would play them and not have to worry about it. Someone said Josh Reynolds. Yeah, we'll get to Josh Reynolds. Once, in fact, the game between these two teams, between the Jacksonville Jaguars and Buffalo Bills, is already underway, I'll update the rankings once again, and I'll shove a couple players into the conversation. So, Diggs, Ridley, Zay Jones, Christian Kirk, they will no longer, or Gabe Davis, they will no longer be available. Therefore, I'll move a couple players into the wide receiver conversation. Same thing with running back, quarterback, and tight end. Josh Reynolds will barely be in the top 36 this week. I'll put it that way. I do think that the matchup against the Carolina Panthers, specifically in the secondary, is difficult, so I'm not too keen on him, but nonetheless, hopefully this all helps. A couple reminders before we get into answering questions, because there will be a lot of them. If in fact you're going to send in a question via super chat or even in the regular live stream chat, be sure to let me know what your scoring format is. That really does make a huge difference. If you do not include a scoring format, I'm just going to assume that it's immediately half PPR, meeting everyone in the middle, whether you do play in a standard league or a full PPR league. Additionally, if you guys have used code Andrew and signed up, making a first time deposit minimum of $10 since August 1st of 2023 till yesterday, at least before midnight, the emails with rankings have already been sent out. Those were sent out earlier this morning around 2:30ish a.m. So that email should be already sent out either in your main box or in your spam folder. So be sure to go ahead and check that out. You have all my rankings, which includes flex, all that kind of jazz. For those of you guys who want rankings for future weeks in regards to all my positional rankings, whether it is quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, kicker, and defense, half PPR, full PPR, top 120 flex, you can go ahead and head on over to Underdog Fantasy. Use code Andrew. Of course, make that first time deposit minimum of $10. You'll get the first time deposit match. You'll get the rankings. You'll be able to follow us today in regards to some specific overall. I almost said Pacific. I watched Pacific Rim yesterday for the first time. Very cheesy movie. Some scenarios are cool, but anyway, in this specific circumstance, it should be good to go. So if you guys have done that, check your email. Thank you very much. All right, let's get into it, shall we? Let's begin answering some of the many questions that will be sent in our direction. Hopefully, if in fact, Doug already says I got my email, perfect, awesome. Appreciate it, Doug. If in fact I answer somebody else's questions and it has to do with your question, hopefully by proxy I can answer both of yours. That'd be awesome. But either way, Enlo says, do I start Burrow or Jimmy G, 4-point per passing touchdown league? This was a question in the chat. I would probably play Joe Burrow. If it's my team, I'd play Joe Burrow this week. Yeah, that would probably be the case there. Like once I update these quarterback rankings in a couple minutes, once this game starts. By the way, where is this game at? Is that an NFL Network? Let me go check already. Once this game starts, Joe Burrow is gonna sneak himself into the top 16. So I'll just put it that way. I'm gonna play him in a lot of leagues that I have him in. Let's just put it that way, because very seldom will you ever have a chance not to. Yeah, it is on NFL Network. Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and just line that up on my phone. I got full battery, so we're chilling there. All right, here we go. Let's see here. Not Zach against Denver. No, I have him too. He'll jump into the conversation. Don't worry. So listen, as soon as Josh Allen and Trevor Lawrence start playing, Joe Burrow becomes 15 and Zach Wilson becomes 16. Don't worry. Listen, it's all planned for. It's all planned for. All right, let's get to some of these questions. Eric Sanchez sent in the question. Thank you very much, Eric. I appreciate it, first and foremost. All right, let's see here, Eric. What is your question? Start one flex in a full PPR scoring format between the 4 following. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and order them from the highest to lowest ranked of the players that you mentioned. You have Kobe Myers, you have Flowers, you have Ridley, and you have Ramondre. Let me go ahead. Full PPR. Let's see where I have Ramondre in comparison to the gang. Yeah, that's what I anticipated. So Ramondre out of the entire group there is the lowest ranked player. So it would go Ridley 1, Flowers 2, Myers 3, and Ramondre 4. Thank you. Appreciate it, Eric. I appreciate that very much. Let's hear. Flo sent in a question. Said PPR, Hunter or Kincaid? I'm going to assume you mean Hunter Henry. I would go with Hunter Henry there in a PPR scoring format. Thank you. The matchup for Kincaid is more favorable. That's a given. But there's no guarantee for an excess amount of targets. Earlier in the week, there was the question as to whether or not Dawson Knox would even play. He got a full participation by Friday. He was designated cleared to go from that back injury. So even though there was an expectation for Kincaid to potentially get a little bit more workload, for now, I would go with Hunter Henry there in a full PPR. As for your follow-up question there, Flo, Gus Edwards or Javonte Williams? Again, like I mentioned yesterday, the main indication as to why I have Javonte Williams where I have him currently ranked is the fact that he fully practiced on Friday. Now, there could be information that is revealed in the next coming hours that gives me more of a sense as to whether or not they're going to utilize him at a high capacity or whether he's even going to play in general. So at this current moment in time, I would roll with Gus Edwards in a half PPR. But considering your league is a full PPR, I would rather play Javonte Williams there over Gus Edwards in that capacity. Thank you. All right, let's see here. We had another question that came in from Alan Cromer. Thank you very much, Alan. Alan's question is, in a PPR, rank Jonathan Taylor, Kyren Williams, Devon Achane, and also Nico or Waddle. Okay, between the two, Nico and Waddle, I have Nico Collins ranked higher in a full PPR. As for a full PPR ranking between Kyren Williams, Achane, and JT, it's going to be very similar. Achane number 1, Kyren Williams number 2, and Jonathan Taylor number 3. Again, Jonathan Taylor's report that came out yesterday was already under the premise or kind of base designation that he is going to be limited today. They're going to slowly kind of incorporate him into the offense. So that's why I have him where I currently do, ranked at number 21. He's going to get himself utilization. He'll have himself opportunity enough to where he'll be relevant, but not to where he's going to be able to, bust into that top 5 conversation. Now, there is a possibility that he does get there with a couple big runs or, rushing touchdown. But for right now, we're just going to play it, relatively safe so we don't burn ourselves with the overexcitement of playing, a guy like Jonathan Taylor within the given week. Thank you. All right, we move on. We had a question that came in from... I'm scrolling. Colin Smith. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Colin. Colin's question is the following. Miles Sanders, Jordan Addison, Romeo Doubs, full PPR. I would not play Miles Sanders there. Between the 3 options in a full PPR scoring format, Romeo Doubs 1, Jordan Addison 2, Miles Sanders 3. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we had a question that came in from, after Colin, it was Matt Hoover. Thank you very much, Matt. Appreciate it. Matt's question is the following. PPR, 1 wide receiver, 1 flex, Josh Reynolds, Rashee Rice, Javonte Williams. Yeah, if it's my team, I'd end up probably, unless something comes out within the next couple hours as to whether or not, Javonte Williams isn't playing, I would end up playing Javonte Williams next to Josh Reynolds in the given week. Thank you. Cinco2X says full PPR, McLaughlin or Sanders. I would rather play Sanders in the given week. Ferguson or Kittle. That one's a little tough. Let me see. Do I have Kittle still ahead of Ferguson in a full PPR format? I'm assuming I do. Let me just cross-reference. So we have Kittle there. Do I still have Kittle ahead of him? Yeah, I do. So I would still roll with that. As for Thielen versus Hopkins in a full PPR, I'm still rolling with, I'm fairly certain Hopkins. Let me check my rankings. Full PPR, wide receiver. Where's Thielen? Yep, I still have Hopkins ahead of him. And then the follow-up question, drop one. I have to add Cup off of my injured reserve. Dalvin Cook, Jalen Warren, or Jaleel McLaughlin. If I'm dropping one out of the three, I probably end up dropping Dalvin Cook there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Moving on. We had a question that came in from Nels Santiago. Nels, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Let's see here. PPR, London or Madison? I'd probably end up playing Alexander Madison there. He's played pretty well the last couple weeks, even though there is an anticipation of a shootout. I just feel far more comfortable with his overall utilization, the volume of touches he's gotten, and the fact that he's going to be the primary receiving back over the course of that entire game. And you just go back a couple weeks, got himself a pretty good utilization, not only via targets, but receptions overall and the yardage he was able to gain there. So I'll take Madison. Thank you. Let's see here. Byron in the chat was saying, am I being too cute if I start Breece Hall over Olave or Ayuk? Depends on the format. I think in a full PPR, that could be considered a bit too cute. I think in a half PPR, it could be justifiable. Yeah, I mean, because if you look at the last couple weeks, the Denver Broncos, in terms of them purely just trying to stop the run against anybody, it doesn't really matter who they've played against. They haven't played very well in terms of stopping the run in the last two games. They gave up 103 rushing yards to Khalil Herbert on 18 carries. Obviously, the week prior to that, we know what happened. It was a 70-point game where Devon Achane went for 200 yards and 2 touchdowns, and Raheem Mostert all in that same game, 82 rushing yards and 3 rushing touchdowns. The week prior to that, in week 2, Brian Robinson Jr. went for 87 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. So in the last 3 games, they have not been able to successfully stop the run in any sort of capacity. The expectation is at a full workload from Breece Hall with no limitation at practice at all. He wasn't even on the injury report this week, that he should be able to have himself a dominant performance and hopefully kind of show us glimpses of what we witnessed last season of what Breece Hall really is capable of in a game in which, again, last year, almost this time last year against the Denver Broncos, tore his ACL in that game. Hopefully a revenge game is on the horizon here for us with a big performance. All right, moving on. We had a question from Wolf. Wolf says the following. Versus DJ Moore, do I take a shot with Zach Wilson or play Love for the safe points? I mean, I think between the two of them, I think not only does Jordan Love present a stronger base floor, he also has more upside. So I'd rather just play Jordan Love there. As for your follow-up question, Christian Watson versus Romeo Doubs. Yeah, I'd play Christian Watson there. I think he has the highest touchdown upside, big playability. And considering Nate Hobbs, the primary number 1 cornerback of the Las Vegas Raiders, is out, it's going to, be a pretty good week for those receiving options of the Green Bay Packers. Thank you. We had a question from Bale Kim. Thank you, Bale. Appreciate it. PPR start 2. Gabe Davis, Drake London, Tutu Atwell, Rashee Rice. I'd end up playing Gabe Davis and Drake London there. Tutu Atwell, we'll see a little bit more of a limited utilization considering Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, and of course, Tyler Higbee, and even Kyron Williams are probably all like primary options in comparison to him. So he's like the number 5 option going forward within this offense. Rashee Rice, again, I don't really trust. I can't really trust receiving options of Patrick Mahomes outside of Travis Kelce. So it really does make it difficult to trust him in any sort of capacity in the given week, despite the fact that it's a great matchup. He doesn't play enough offensive snaps for me to justify playing him. Like even Justin Watson still plays more offensive snaps than him. So it is tough. So for right now, I'd go with Gabe Davis and Drake London. Thank you. We had a question from Perry Paul. Thank you very much, Perry. Says Jerry Jeudy, Zay Jones, Wan'Dale Robinson. Jeudy number 1, Zay Jones 2, Wan'Dale Robinson 3 in a full PPR. Thank you. Let's see here. After we had a question from Perry, we had a question from Jordan Kaba. Thank you very much. Says half PPR, pick 1. D-Hop, Ridley, Madison. I'd end up probably playing Ridley out of the bunch. Thank you. Let's see here. Ridley, yeah. So basically, A-Train in the chat who was just asking Ridley or Madison, I would go Ridley there over Madison. A lot of you guys are struggling with Ridley today, huh? Because it says, okay, so Feeney in the chat was saying really struggling with Ridley versus Wilson. Is that Garrett Wilson? I mean, if it's Garrett Wilson, I mean, I like the potential upside. Besides the fact that the Denver Broncos defense hasn't been able to stop the run over the course of the last 3 weeks here, against opposing wide receivers, they haven't been able to stop them either, despite the fact that they have Patrick Surtain II on their team. In the last 3 weeks, I mean, DJ Moore went for 8 catches, 131 and a touchdown. Tyreek Hill went for 9 catches, over 150 and a touchdown in that game. Even if you go back to week 2, Terry McLaurin in that game, 5 catches, 54 and a touchdown. That was the best game. You go back to week 1, Jacoby Myers, 8 catches, 81 and 2 touchdowns. Like, there have been so many great performances against that secondary. The Denver Broncos defense is one of those defenses that this season, despite, not really expecting it to be this overall case, it's a defense that we want to pick on. So if that's the question you're mulling over there, I'm very comfortable rolling with the idea of going Garrett Wilson there. All right, let's see here. After Jordan Caba's question, we had Jorge Perez. Let me see here, Jorge. Where is your question? Control F. Jorge Perez, where is your question? Jorge, there wasn't a message attached to your super chat, and there's nothing. There it is. I got you. Full PPR. I need two running backs and 2 wide receivers in a singular flex. We have these following players: Mixon, Kyron Williams, Etienne, AJ Brown, Nakua, and Kupp. In a full PPR scoring format, I would most likely end up playing. Yeah, I would probably end up going AJ Brown, Kupp as your wide receiver 1 and 2, Nakua in your flex. And then end up most likely playing Kyron Williams alongside of Etienne as your starting running backs. Thank you, Jorge. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Again, for those of you who are joining us this morning, welcome. If you guys have not yet already, do me a favor and click the like button down below. It's greatly appreciated if you guys could do that for me. Not only that, it takes 2 seconds out of your day and continues to help support the channel for the remainder of the season. So do me a solid, click the like button down below. Here, again, we're going to be live for the next, my goodness, 3 hours and 40 minutes, to say the very least. We're 10 minutes away from the first game, the Jacksonville Jaguars taking on the Buffalo Bills. So a reminder, if you guys need interpositional rankings, they are literally on screen to the right of it. So I saw many people asking, do I play Ridley or do I play Thielen? The answer is potentially on screen, as I have Calvin Ridley quite literally ranked as my number 21 overall wide receiver, while I have Adam Thielen ranked as my number 25, right? So like, the rankings are on screen if you need to utilize them. If there's players that aren't potentially on the screen, while there's others that are, then obviously I'm ranking them for a reason. That's who I would rather play going into the given week. Thank you. We had a question that came in from Paul Adam. Paul Adam's question is, what do you think about Thielen or Romeo Doubs this week? I mean, as of right now, I think the matchup against the Carolina Panthers versus the Detroit Lions, the only way in which the Carolina Panthers are going to be able to successfully move the ball is through the air. Running the ball is going to be a kind of mute point for their offense unless something crazy happens. And for another consecutive year, the Detroit Lions are not able to stop the Carolina Panthers running attack, which would seem crazy considering that's the only team that they've struggled against since week 11 of last season. So overall, I'm anticipating a game in which Adam Thielen probably gets himself a pretty solid amount of overall receptions, to say the very least. And he's very comfortable playing against the Detroit Lions defense in general, considering he used to do it twice a year every single season as a member of the Minnesota Vikings. So I do prefer Adam Thielen there. If Romeo Doubs didn't have Christian Watson coming back at a full capacity, it would probably be Doubs, considering he'd have that 10 plus target kind of overall realm of opportunity. But for now, I'll just lean in the direction of Thielen in a pretty good matchup in a game where there will be in a negative game script for the entirety of it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Moving on, we had a question from Chris Rosado. It says, start 2.5 PPR. Flowers, Kirk, Michael Wilson. I'll take Flowers and Kirk there. The matchup against Pittsburgh is really great. Wide receivers have dominated that secondary all season long. Christian Kirk, again, he is the check down king. And the way that Trevor Lawrence really has functioned thus far this season, he's not pushing the ball down the field very much. He's going to look in the direction of, Evan Ingram, and of course, Christian Kirk on that short yardage overall opportunities, just to not turn over the ball, not make any mistakes, and just kind of trickle the ball down the field slowly. So I'll take those two there. Thank you. Appreciate it. We had another follow-up question from Paul Adam. Said, what do you think about Mostert this week? I mean, I think Mostert will probably see himself a very similar role that he did last week, but considering the fact that they will not be losing in this game, they will be commanding a lead. The expectation is that because Jeff Wilson Jr. was not activated off the injured reserve, the garbage time rushing attempts may go to Raheem Mostert. So if that's going to be the case against one of the better matchups going into the given week, I would not be surprised if Raheem Mostert had himself a 2-touchdown game and 80 rushing yards. That would not be out of the realm of possibility. That's why I have him ranked where I do. He's in that mid RB2 conversation because there's always a potential that those overall opportunities go in the direction of Devon Achane, and he's able to kind of accumulate all that. But I think going into the given week, considering it's A New York Giants matchup. The Giants have 3 of their starting offensive linemen out. There's no Saquon Barkley, and Daniel Jones is probably going to be turning over the ball or struggling all day. It's going to be a run-first approach from the Miami Dolphins, as they are the best team in terms of running the ball thus far this season, and they definitely want to continue to emphasize that within a matchup which is pretty advantageous in that capacity. So I do expect a lot of success from Raheem Mostert, a solid RB2 play to say the very least, with obvious upside of a touchdown considering this is a very high-scoring offense. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the question. Moving on, Kristen Ewing says, in a full PPR, flex Addison, Dell, or Dobbs. In a full PPR, I'd probably go Dobbs there. Dobbs number 1, Addison number 2 for the upside, and Dell number 3. But otherwise, pretty good overall options between the 3 of them. Thank you. We had a question that came in from Stephen Drakes. Thank you very much, Stephen. I appreciate it. Stephen says, my brother, I've won my league 3 years in a row because of you. Much appreciated. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm glad I can help in any way. Half PPR, I need 3. We have Dell, Collins, Atwell, Michael Wilson. Out of those 4 options, I'll take Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Michael Wilson. I'll bench Tutu Atwell in the given week. Thank you. Let's see here. MIGZ says, in a half PPR scoring format, start 3, Zay Jones, Adams, Sutton, Wilson, Breida, I think that's Justice Hill, and Samaje P. Ryan. Appreciate you, Andrew. I'm 3-1. Won the championship because of you last year. Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad I can help. Thank you very much. Let's see what we have here. So you have Zay Jones, you have Adams, you have Sutton, you have Garrett Wilson, Breida, Justice. Okay, so of the available players you have, in a half PPR scoring format, I probably would take the risk of playing Adams tomorrow. The expectation is that he will suit up against the Green Bay Packers' former team. So I'll take Devontae Adams first and foremost. As for your follow-up other options, I'll take Garrett Wilson as the second option. As the third option, it's between really Matt Breida and Cortland Sutton there. Let me see who I have ranked higher in a half PPR. Let's see Breida. Matt Breida is there. Yeah, I have Cortland Sutton ahead of him. So I would play Adams, Wilson, and Sutton this week. Thank you. FF sends in a question. It says, standard, flex 2, Gus Edwards, Mostert, and Myers. I would, wow, in a standard scoring format, I'd play Mostert and I'd play Gus Edwards. Thank you. Appreciate it, FF. Jarvis says, start Ridley or Jonathan Taylor in a PPR. I probably would play Ridley. I think the appeal of playing Jonathan Taylor is justifiable considering the idea, like, I drafted him to play him. But considering the reports that we received, pretty much noting that he's most likely going to be kind of slowly integrated within the offense. I mean, we got a very similar report for Jameson Williams this morning, and I tend to believe those overall reports in terms of these primary options being limited. Like, in comparison to the reports that we got last week, guys, right, where it said Roshan Johnson's going to see a bigger role in the offense, or Ezekiel Elliott is going to be the starting running back of the, you guys remember that last Sunday, excuse me. Those reports are way different. Those are, I mean, for all intents and purposes, those reports are just purely anticipating a player that is a backup to take over the starting role. All I'm saying is the reports that we've currently seen in regards to this overall, week. Okay, I'll get to that correction in a second there, MIGZ. The reports that we've seen in regards to like Jonathan Taylor and of course Jameson Williams is that they're going to be limited in their overall utilization, and that they're going to kind of be slowly integrated considering, one's coming off of a 5-week suspension or 4-week suspension, and then the other one is coming off of a 4-week stint on the PUP list, which he was injured with the ankle injury. They don't really want to push him too far and force any sort of re-aggravation. So anyway, MIGZ said Michael Wilson. Sorry. Okay, so if it's Michael Wilson out of that group, I would play Adams, Sutton, and let me see. Do I have Breida ahead of Zay Jones? I do. So it would be Adams, Sutton, and Matt Breida there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jarvis. All right, let's see here. We move on to Trojan 3659. It says, in a PPR today, lineup consists of my wide receivers are Ridley and Lamb. Okay, cool. My running backs are Montgomery and Achane. Awesome. My flex is Watson. Should I move Watson to my second wide receiver and move Jonathan Taylor into the flex, or leave it as is? I would leave it as is. Thank you, Trojan. Alonzo says, should I drop Zach Moss? I mean, you can hold on. Well, it depends. If there's something else available on your waiver wire, then, and it's somewhat appealing, like maybe a Quentin Johnston, Joshua Palmer, guys that are on the, potential bye week that got dropped. I would be very comfortable making that swap. Otherwise, you don't have to. You don't have to at all. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from David Taylor. It says Michael Wilson or Zay Jones. Who do I start? I prefer Zay Jones in the given week. I think majority of this game, the offense for the Jacksonville Jaguars will probably have to throw. The expectation is that going up against the Buffalo Bills offense is one of the best in the league, and they're going to boat race the Jacksonville Jaguars if they're not able to get to a hot start. And if they're not able to, as my expectation, there's probably going to be a game in which Trevor Lawrence throws the ball 40 plus times. And with Zay Jones back, of course, they're going to need him, and they're going to obviously pepper him with a pretty good volume of targets. Michael Wilson's not too far behind him in terms of my overall rankings. In comparison to where I have Zay Jones ranked, Michael Wilson is probably literally 2 spots behind him. So if you prefer Michael Wilson, you don't want to take any risk with Zay Jones coming back from his injury, then by all means, you can play Michael Wilson. I don't have a problem with it. I think they're very close, and they're in the same tier in terms of their overall ranking. Thank you. Moving on, we had a question from David. Okay, so that was David Taylor's question. We move on to Nate. Nate says 49ers defense versus the Dallas Cowboys or Lions versus the Panthers. I'll take the Lions versus the Panthers. Speaking of, let's go ahead and let's mention kicker and defensive rankings right now, just so we're all on the same page. Are we ready? Okay, here we go. Top 12 defenses going into the week 5 of the 2023 fantasy football season. I have the Lions at number 1, the Dolphins at number 2, the Baltimore Ravens at 3, Buffalo Bills at 4, Houston Texans at 5, New Orleans Saints at 6, San Francisco 49ers at 7, New York Jets at number 8, Dallas Cowboys at number 9, New England Patriots at 10, Arizona Cardinals at 11, Cincinnati Bengals at 12. Thank you. As for top 12 kickers, number 1, Jake Elliott. Number 2, Brandon Aubrey. Number 3, Brett Maher. Number 4, Jake Moody. Number 5, Tyler Bass. Number 6, Kaimi Fairbairn. Number 7, Nick Folk. Number 8, Harrison Butker. Number 9, Jason Sanders. Number 10, Brandon McManus. Number 11, we have Justin Tucker. And number 12, we have Eddie Pinheiro. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get back to some of these questions. Paul Adams says, thanks, bruv. No problem, Paul. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Skizzy says, do you think Devontae Adams will play Monday? Yes, I expect him to play. I do. I don't think he would have had a limited practice yesterday if he wasn't already on pace to potentially play on Monday. And I think they would have already deemed him out. But yeah, my anticipation is that he will play. You think Moss is still viable? No, I don't think he's still viable. I think he's just a handcuff within an offense that is extremely valuable. So just like the reason why you would roster Elijah Mitchell or Zach Charbonnet, you would roster Zach Moss. But otherwise, I don't think he is still viable. I think he's going to get himself a couple touches today. I don't think he is a strong enough option, primarily because of the matchup against the Tennessee Titans. But yeah, overall, that's the thought process. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from iShine101. Thank you very much, iShine. Back with another day. Says, half PPR, Tank Dell or Miles Sanders in the flex? I would probably play Tank Dell there. As for your follow-up question, in a full PPR, Marquise Hollywood Brown or Ramondre Stevenson, I would play Marquise Hollywood Brown. Thank you, iShine. Flotation Swag says, start Carr or Dobbs as my second quarterback. I would rather play Joshua Dobbs without a doubt in my mind. Yeah, for sure. Derek Carr, again, he's still dealing with that shoulder injury. He plays against the New Orleans Saints take on the New England Patriots, but I still don't trust them outright in that scenario. Joshua Dobbs has just been so much better for fantasy purposes, and in each of the last 3 weeks has had a minimum of 40 rushing yards. So that's basically a passing touchdown of fantasy upside within his overall performances, on top of the fact that he's able to get it through the air, to his receivers and effectively do so every single game over the course of the last 3 weeks, regardless of the fact that he's played against the 49ers or the Dallas Cowboys. So pretty good overall matchup in the given week against Cincinnati. And their number 1 cornerback, Chidobe Awuzie, is potentially game time decision, could end up missing, which would make it that much better for the receiving options of the Arizona Cardinals. Thank you. We had a question from Tristan Ewing, says, got offered Hunter Henry / Mostert for Jonathan Taylor. Do I take it? Yeah, I'll take Jonathan Taylor on that side. Give me the Jonathan Taylor end of that deal. Thank you. Scott Green says, in a full PPR, I need 2 flex. We have Khalif Raymond, Zeke, Jaden Reed, and Michael Wilson. If I'm playing 2 of those options in a full PPR scoring format, I would play Michael Wilson alongside of Khalif Raymond. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. Flotation Swag with a follow-up question says, flex, Dobbs, OBJ, Zay Jones. Between those 3 options, I probably end up playing Dobbs number 1, Zay Jones 2, and OBJ3. As for your follow-up question, Kittle versus Ferguson, I'll take Kittle. Okay, so this is a question from J.90. Says, am I overthinking Garoppolo over T-Law? I think you are. I'd play T-Law and I'd be fine with it. That's why I have it ranked as such. I don't have Jimmy Garoppolo anywhere near the rankings. The best week Jimmy Garoppolo has had this season is 14 fantasy points. I'm not willing to go out on a limb and trust him in the given week against the Green Bay Packers defense. Thank you. John sends in a question. John Koziar says, in a PPR drop 1, my wide receiver 6, Palmer, my wide receiver 7, Burks, or my RB5, Bigsby. I drop Burks as your wide receiver 7. Thank you. Moving on, we had a question that came in from Will Easler. Says, Lamar at quarterback, Zay Flowers or Christian Watson at the flex. I would still play Christian Watson. I like the idea of the stack. I just don't know if it's going to be as valuable as playing Christian Watson over him. Certainly does have a good matchup against Pittsburgh, but I would trust Christian Watson and the offensive attack of Green Bay a little bit more. Thank you. Alrighty, has this game started? Let me go ahead. Let me check my phone really quickly. Has kickoff already commenced? Because if it has, I'm going to update the rankings on screen in just a moment. It has. Awesome. So, as you guys can see on screen, as of right now, I've updated the rankings. So, all potential players who have already started playing on the Jacksonville Jaguars, that consists of ETN, or on the other side of the ball, James Cook, Latavius Murray, they're no longer in the running back rankings. Stephon Diggs, Gabe Davis, Zay Jones, Christian Kirk, Calvin Ridley, they're gone off the wide receiver rankings. No Trevor Lawrence, no Josh Allen, no Evan Ingram, no Dalton Kincaid. Those are all been removed, and I've added new players onto the list as to whoever is next in terms of the overall rankings. So hopefully this will help you guys out. If you do appreciate that, do me a favor, click the like button down below. We're trying to get to 1,000 likes by the end of today's live stream. That'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. How insane would it be to play Zach Wilson over Daniel Jones, says Ben in the chat. It's not crazy. I have Daniel Jones really low ranked. He has 3 of his starting offensive linemen out and no Saquon Barkley. I would rather play Zach Wilson today. Also, Michael Wilson over Michael Thomas? Probably not. Thank you. Moving on, we had a question that came in from Nate. Nate says, Richardson versus the Tennessee Titans or Love versus the Raiders? I'll take Richardson versus Tennessee. They have a really terrible, overall defense in terms of stopping opposing wide receivers this season. So passing the ball is going to definitely be easy. In comparison to, Love, I don't think it's a worse matchup. I just think the rushing upside that is provided by the overall, efforts of Anthony Richardson to just make it easier. Just Sherman says, did I get skipped? No, you didn't get skipped. I answered the question. I'll go back to it. Actually, I did skip you. Why did you ask a question earlier and then I saw your name a second time? No, I did skip you accidentally. I always do that. Wow. Okay. My bad, Sherm. So let me make sure I didn't skip anybody else. We took care of Nate. Yep. I shine. Yeah, I just somehow, I don't know how I skipped you. Trade Pickens for Warren and drop JSN for CEH. It's bad. I don't really think that the CEH play is worth making. I don't mind the trade for Pickens to get Warren. But the other half of that deal, I don't know if I'm picking up CEH. I don't know if it's worth it. I think I'd probably would just rather have Jerick McKinnon on roster at that point. Thank you. Sorry for skipping you, Sherm. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from, where's this question's at? Here we go. We had a question from Frank Grillo. Frank, hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Says, Breece Hall, Jordan Addison, or Drake London for the flex. I would play Breece Hall over the bunch. Thank you. If I have to start a second option there, it would be first and foremost Breece Hall. Number 2 would be Jordan Addison. Number 3 would be Drake London. Sean Bonds says, trade Stevenson and Dell for Pacheco and Jamison Williams, or trust in Stevenson. Yeah, I would trust in Stevenson going forward. Thank you. Appreciate it. We had a question from Zach. Says, can I trust Darren Waller or do I go with Luke Musgrave? The issue that I have with Luke Musgrave is even though he's played well in some circumstances this season already, the issue is primarily those games have been without Aaron Jones and, of course, Christian Watson. Now that you add both those guys back into the lineup, there is an expectation that the overall target opportunity for him is going to be diminished, which does scare me. Now, in comparison to Darren Waller, again, if you play Darren Waller, understand the inherent risk there. So if you want to just go ahead and play Luke Musgrave, they're back to back in my rankings on screen to the bottom right of the screen, as you can tell, number 12 and number 13. So I don't think it's crazy to play Luke Musgrave there. I don't have a problem with it. It's just up to kind of what your preference is. Maine says that you forgot James Cook. I did not forget James Cook. You got to remember, the game already started. So I literally removed him and all the players that are within this game. So we don't need to rank them anymore, right? I'm just trying to get more players on the screen so you guys have more overall rankings that you guys can kind of compare to in regards to what you have available. Yeah. But otherwise, I'm not going to include any players that have already played, whether that's Thursday game or players that have started playing, which, again, the game has just begun, and I just witnessed the Jacksonville Jaguars punt on the first drive. Thank you. Let's see here. We had a question from Flotation Swag again. It says the following: does Olave lose value with Carr out? No, I don't think he does. I have JJ and Diggs. I mean, you're going to still play Justin Jefferson and Stephon Diggs ahead of him. That's a given. But with a guy like Jameis Winston, they're going to be throwing for probably the majority of the game as well, even though it's, Carr to Winston. I don't think there's going to be that much of a drop-off in terms of overall passing attempts. So I don't think he loses an immense amount of value. I don't even think he loses value at all, to be honest. Thank you. Alex says, any defensive rankings? Yes, we went over defensive rankings at 6:29, so I'll probably come back to it around 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Again, we'll be here for the next 3 hours and 20 minutes. So I will probably mention defense and kicker rankings most likely 6 more times going forward. So yeah, we'll go over that in a bit. Thank you. Old J Running sends in a question. Thank you very much, Old J. Says, PPR, 2 for the flex, Pacheco, Breece Hall, Waddle. Really good question. Let me see if I have. I know it's probably going to be Breece Hall for sure, but do I have Waddle or Pacheco ranked higher in a full PPR? Waddle is there. Yeah, so it's Waddle alongside of Breece Hall. Those are my 2 higher ranked players of the 3. Thank you. Appreciate it. We had a question that came in from Shane Howard. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it. Shane says, hey, pick 3 wide receivers. Chase, Kupp, Puka, Wilson, Watson. Which defense? Okay, so let's get that out of the way first and foremost. If I'm playing 3 wide receivers, I probably end up playing Chase, Kupp, and Puka Nacua. As for your defensive question, Colts or the Texans, I'd rather play the Texans against Desmond Ridder. Follow-up question to that, also, who do I flex as my running back? Jones, Montgomery, Moss. I would much rather play Montgomery over the bunch. Or any wide receivers. No, I would rather just play Montgomery at the flex. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it. Somebody in the chat was asking, where's Ridley? The game has already started. Literally, it's already started. Like, I don't know. Can I show this? Can I show that? Well, the green screen completely removed the green from the field. So it doesn't even look like the actual game. But the game is going on. Let's just put it that way. And I think Stephon Diggs just caught a pass. So I've already removed anybody who's already playing, which, again, the Jacksonville Jaguars are already taking on the Buffalo Bills right now. Let's see here. Roberto the Chess says, I might be forced to pick up Gallup as my flex after these rankings. I mean, look, if you look at what Michael Gallup has done in the last 2 games specifically, in terms of his overall target opportunity and his utilization, and then you take into account the fact that it may be difficult for the Dallas Cowboys to run the ball, I'm anticipating that Michael Gallup probably gets himself a pretty good share of targets today. Thank you. Darius says, good morning, Andrew. Should I trade Nico Collins and Gus Edwards for Waddle? Nico Collins and Gus Edwards for Waddle. I don't mind it. I'm fine with that trade. Thank you. Let's see here. We had a question that came in. Who do I start, Lawrence, Purdy, or Zach Wilson? Lawrence is already playing. So if you have to play between Purdy and Zach Wilson, you play Purdy today. Again, guys, are we forgetting there's a London game? There's a reason why I started at 6 a.m. Otherwise, I wouldn't have woke up at 5 a.m. this morning just to go ahead and not watch a football game. So yeah, again, as of right now on NFL Network, the Jacksonville Jaguars are playing against the Buffalo Bills. Do not forget that. For those of you who are joining us this morning, again, welcome. Hope you guys are doing well. Rankings on screen are up to date as of quite literally 5 minutes ago. As soon as the game started, boom, updated the rankings. So if in fact you have a question with an interpositional rankings that are on screen, and hopefully those can answer it. So like someone was asking Kyron Williams or Mostert, I have Kyron Williams ranked higher on screen. Therefore, that's what I would, potentially suggest going into the given week. As for kicker and defensive rankings, again, we'll go over that in about 18 minutes at the top of the hour at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. For those of you guys who have used code Andrew and made a first-time deposit minimum of $10 via Underdog Fantasy since August 1st of 2023 till yesterday prior to midnight, again, check your emails that are associated with your Underdog account because I will have already sent my full expansive rankings this morning at 2:30 a.m. So again, be sure to check that out. The title of it, of the email, is something of the extent of week 5, half full PPR rankings, etc. So be sure to keep an eye out for that. If in fact it's not in your inbox, obviously it's probably in your spam folder. So check that out as well. Thank you. Moving on, we had a couple more questions. Alex Howard sends in a question. Let's see here, Alex Howard. Alex's question is: I have D-Hop, Breece Hall, Waddle, and Puka. I have to sit one. I would sit DeAndre Hopkins. I'd end up playing Breece Hall, Waddle, and Puka Nacua. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it. We had a question from Dragon. Dragon, thank you very much. Dragon says the following: team is Hurts, Anthony Richardson, Dameon Pierce, Miles Sanders, James Cook, Charbonnet, Elijah Mitchell, Algier Spears, Chase Dell. Oh my goodness. Amon-Ra, Zay Jones, and Mark Andrews. Who do I drop for Javonte on waivers or keep in my team as such? No, I would end up probably dropping I probably end up dropping Spears off this team. Yeah. Spears or Algier. One of the two. It probably ends up being Spears, though. Yeah, it probably ends up being Spears, that Dragon. Thank you. Appreciate it. We had a question from Zach. Zach's question is, why do you have Nick Westbrook-Akine ranked so high? Is he ranked high? I mean, take into account the fact that there's no DJ Moore, Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, Curtis Samuel, no T. Higgins. There's no Diggs, Gabe Davis, Kirk, Ridley. So basically, I just named 10 players. Imagine a reality in which he was ranked 10 overall ranks higher. So at number 46. That's where he would have been at the beginning of the week. Why do I have him ranked highly? Is because any game this season in which Treylon Brooks has not played, go look at the numbers of Nick Westbrook-Akine. He plays very well. So that's why I have him ranked highly, because the anticipation is going up against a terrible secondary like the Indianapolis Colts have. He's going to get himself utilization. Thank you. Appreciate it, Zach. Trade Christian Watson or Wilson for Pacheco. If you're desperate for a running back, you could. Otherwise, don't need to. I don't think it's a necessary movement. Thank you. Moving on, we had a question from Cinco2X. Says, if William is ruled out, still Sanders over McLaughlin? No. If Javonte Williams is ruled out, I would basically put Jaleel McLaughlin exactly where he's ranked on screen. So I would play him ahead of, what's it called? What is that? Trevor Lawrence, complete to the 38. Nice. Good job. Christian Kirk cooking. Yeah, so I would play McLaughlin exactly where I have Javonte Williams ranked on screen. Thank you. We had a question that came in. Matt Breida or Tank Dell in a full PPR? Juan, I'd probably end up going Tank Dell there. Thanks. Appreciate it. Warren or Spears? I have Henry. I'd probably end up just playing Warren there. He has more upside considering it's a negative game script for the entirety of that matchup. We had a question from Dylan. Dylan says, in a PPR, tight end, Jake Ferguson over Ertz as my opponent has Dobbs. I mean, I'm just trying to play the best overall player, and my anticipation going into the game week is that the overall target opportunity, the utilization of routes ran, and the matchup overall is all in favor of Zach Ertz. So I'd rather play Zach Ertz over, Jake Ferguson. Thank you. Shane in the chat says, Stephon Diggs, ? Again, the game's already started. Why do I need to have him ranked if the game's already started? I had him ranked quite literally, prior to the game starting, but yeah, the game started. There's no way you can change your lineup now. So what's the point of having him ranked? I think y'all forgetting that the game is literally happening, and Travis Etienne had a nice run to get a first down there. Let's see here. We had a question from Rel7. Rel7 says, PPR Superflex, Burrow, Waddle, or Hollywood Brown? I'd end up playing Burrow there. I'm not even joking. I would. I always default to the quarterback in a Superflex format unless your receiving options are some ridiculous stud options. That was a very interesting opportunity. They gave Calvin Ridley a nice end-around rushing attempt, huh? That's not something we typically see. Typically, those kind of rushing attempts go to like Jamal Agnew for this offense. They don't really get anybody else overall rushing attempts out of that kind of utilization. Okay, let's see here. Whose question did I miss? Because I took care of Ralph, we took care of Dylan, Cinco, Dragon. Okay, cool. We're on the right path. Awesome, thank you. Are we worried about AJ Terrell shadowing Nico Collins, considering Waddle instead of him in a half PPR? That's fine. I don't mind going Waddle instead of him. I just feel like at this point, considering how much utilization we've seen Nico Collins be given thus far this season and how well he has played already, it is difficult for me to pass up on the idea of playing him within the given week. Chris says standard format, Michael Wilson or Rashee Rice. I'd play Michael Wilson there. Thanks for the question. Debo or Hopkins? I mean, I prefer Debo primarily because the expectation is that he is healthy. He wasn't on the injury report. So if that's the case, I think he has more touchdown upside, and I trust his quarterback more than the alternative, which is Ryan Tannehill this week. Thanks. Daniel Lopez says, should I start Madison or D-Hops in the flex and a half PPR? I feel like feeling good for D-Hop. Yeah, in that case, I would also go with DeAndre Hopkins. I don't know if Alexander Madison in a game which is going to be a heavy passing overall, consideration of a contest is going to be that much better in a half PPR. So I don't mind going D-Hop there either. That'd probably be my suggestion. I'm pretty sure I have him ranked higher in my overall half PPR rankings. Where is DJ Moore on the rankings? Why would I rank you guys are trolling me. Imagine a reality in which DJ Moore has already played. Why would I rank him? Do you guys want me to give you less rankings? Like, y'all are just trolling now at this point. All right, we had a question from Shane Howard. It says, Andrew, Burrow or Love? I'd rather play Love, 100%. I'm not playing Joe Burrow at that capacity. If you've already got an established quarterback, what's the point? You know what I mean? Let's see here. Reaper says, Andrew, should I play Josh Allen? He's already playing. Okay, so you are actually trolling me. He said this is a joke. Okay. Okay, so now I am being trolled. Okay, so from henceforward, okay, anybody who asks about players who have already played or are already, have already played on Thursday or are already playing, I'm just banning you. It's done. I don't even care anymore. No, I'm not banning you. I'm just going to ignore y'all. Thanks. Moving on. We had a question that came in from, okay, we took a rel. Perfect. 91. Dillman says, rest of season. Listen, if you have a rest of season ranking question, go and check out the video. I literally posted it yesterday. It has rest of season rankings for all 4 primary positions. Thank you. Let's see here. Akron says, with Saquon probably out and Cut probably in, should I start Breida or Tutu Atwell? I in a non-PPR, I'd rather just play Breida there. Yeah, I'd rather just play Breida. I'm not trying to risk it overall. Speaking of Matt Breida, I got to go check one of my leagues here. Chill, Andrew. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing around. But it is pretty ridiculous how you guys expect for me to ban straight to jail. Yeah, exactly. It is ridiculous how I keep getting the same question, even though it's obvious that I'm not ranking them for a reason because they've already played. Jonathan Taylor or Marquise Hollywood bound in a full PPR. I just take Hollywood there in a full PPR format. How do we feel about Claypool taking some of Waddle's targets after week 6? He's not going to take Waddle's targets. Chase Claypool's not that good of a wide receiver. I don't know what you guys have seen over the course of the last couple weeks, or not even weeks, the last couple of years of Chase Claypool. He's not getting on the field that often. Not in that offense. There's no reason why they would play him over the alternative of Waddle or Tyreek Hill. Let's see here. Expat, thank you very much, Expat Adventure. I appreciate that. What's your opinion on the Dolphins running back room? I have Mostert and Jeff Wilson Jr. Is there a chance that for them to perform reliable in terms of fantasy, or this is Achan's backfield? Yeah, it's Achan's backfield. We're living in an Achan's world going forward. But for right now, considering Jeff Wilson Jr. has not been activated off the injured reserve, it's number 2 option, of course, Raheem Mostert. And he's still going to have himself a lot of opportunity because they're going to probably, in more scenarios, more often than not, they're probably going to blow out teams in which they'll be running the ball a lot in the second half, which will probably happen today against the New York Giants. Damn, I was about to ask about Jamal Charles. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you see, the Jamal Charles questions, they make sense. Those are okay. Should I play him on December 15th, 2013? Is that the game he scored 6 touchdowns? I don't remember. I think that was a game where he had like 60 fantasy points, right? Um, let's see here. I see Garrett Wilson and Nico Collins are back to back in your rankings. Who would you say has a higher ceiling this week? Higher ceiling goes to Garrett Wilson. Let's see here. If it's a game where Miami is up huge, like versus Denver, then you may see Claypool. Yeah, probably. But I mean, how much are we gonna see him? You know, like they're still gonna prefer, in my opinion, they're probably gonna prefer Braxton Berrios over him, and they're probably at that point gonna have him as a number 4 wide receiver. Maybe he doesn't even get snaps over River Craycraft. Time will tell, but it's tough to speculate at this point. Daniel says, okay, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Big Rich. It says, might be a dumb question. There's no such thing as a dumb question. Should I definitely take, what does it say? I should definitely take a Cup or Breece Hall for Higgins and Achane trade, right? So if you're getting Cup and Breece Hall and you're giving away Higgins and Achane, without a doubt in my mind, you should 1000% take that deal. Inside the 5-yard line, this better be a rushing attempt to Travis Etienne. Otherwise, I'm going to be pissed. Travis Etienne. Oh my God, it's a play action. And it got batted down. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my goodness. What are we doing? All right. Cowboys wide receivers versus the San Francisco secondary. Who eats? Well, first and foremost, CeeDee Lamb eats, and then Michael Gallup second. Let's see here. Ron G says Claypool. Okay, well, I don't know about that. Listen, Claypool is still a good athlete. In the right place, in the right scenario, he could still be great. But as for fantasy purposes, again, it's going to be tougher to convince me of him being of value to roster him at this moment. Nash says in the question, says, which 3 should I start? Henry, Jones, Monty, or Taylor? Good question. Henry and Montgomery are without a doubt 100% starts there, Nash. As for Jones versus Taylor, considering Jones is still questionable, I think it might just, I'm anticipating that Jones is going to play tomorrow. In the event that he does not play, and he's on Monday, if you don't have another backup option, I think you just play Taylor today and just let it roll. Michael Wilson or Joshua Palmer rest of the season. I like Josh Palmer there. Who just made that catch? Is that Evan Ingram? Or is that Zay Jones? That's Zay Jones, of course. That's Zay Jones. Outside of Ridley, Zay Jones is the next guy in the red zone. And as soon as he comes back, he scores, which really wasn't a surprise. I mean, we had him ranked as a top 36 player, and here comes a flag just to ruin our day. Moving on. Mostert worth starting, says Fisher Higgins. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Again, on the ranking screen, Mostert's at number 17. Literally right there. You see him? Boom. Number 17. So absolutely worth starting. Christian Watson or Miles Sanders, full PPR. Mike, I would play Christian Watson there. Thanks, man. Start Gus Edwards or Sam Laporta in a half PPR. I would play Sam Laporta there, Brandon. Considering there's going to be no Amon-Ra St. Brown, a limited Jamison Williams, and probably no Jahmyr Gibbs, this is going to be a Sam Laporta day. I have Sam Laporta ranked over Mark Andrews right now, so definitely going to be a pretty good day for him, to say the least. Jones TD, thank you. Let's go. I needed that. That's huge. Zay Jones is back, baby. Roughing the passer call, awesome. I mean, not awesome. I don't like Trevor Lawrence getting hit, but I like the idea of Trevor Lawrence, kind of waking up finally. Let's go. The fact that they're already on the board is fantastic for this game. Early on the board. Now we just got to keep it competitive, going back and forth between these two teams. Have ourselves an exciting game. They're going for 2. All right, now I got to watch this. Give me a second here. Oh, man, that was just free. My God, that was just free. They set up a little bit of an apex there, and they just crack blocked down in the line of scrimmage, and everybody just cleared up easily. Yeah, that was just free. Let's see here. ETN 2-point conversion, yeah. always take tight end university players. Yeah, you're not wrong, Fasty. Anybody who goes to, what is it, the University of Iowa? Is that what tight end U is? Yeah, it's Iowa, I believe. Where George Kittle went, TJ Hawkinson went, Noah Fant went, and of course now most recently Sam Laporta. They can just they make good tight ends, man. I don't know what to tell you. They coach them up well. Daniel Reyes in the chat was saying, I'm thinking of dropping Trey Burks and picking up Richie James. Richie James is on the injured reserve. I don't know if that's a great play there. Should I wait for Burks or should I go for the upside of James? I mean, again, if I'm not mistaken, Richie James Jr. is on the injured reserve. Let me just check. Chiefs injury report. Let me confirm so that I can. Yeah, Richie James Jr. has been on the injured reserve since September 23rd. So why would you pick him up? Yeah, you don't need to pick him up. All right, we had a question that came in from Leroy Stanley. Thank you very much, Leroy. I appreciate that. Says in a non-PPR, Addison, Michael Wilson, Rashee Rice. Out of the three options, I would like to play Jordan Addison out of the three. The second best option would be Michael Wilson. The third best option would be Rashee Rice. But yeah, Jordan Addison's the play this week. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see here. We had a question. Okay, we took care of that. Big Rich, we took care of that. All right, awesome. Glad to see it. Fantastic. All right, so it's nearly 7 o'clock. So like I was mentioning earlier, I do want to tell you guys my top 12 defenses and kickers so that we're all on the same page. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. Before I go ahead and do so, a reminder, if you guys haven't clicked the like button, it'd be greatly appreciated if you guys could do so, supporting the channel in that regard. That's all I ask of you today. Just click the like button and, of course, get your questions answered. Thank you. All right, let's see here. We have our top 12 defenses. Here we go. Beginning with our number 1, Detroit Lions. Number 2, Miami Dolphins. Number 3, Baltimore Ravens. Number 4, Buffalo Bills. Well, they've already started playing, so let's close that. Number 4, Houston Texans. Number 5, New Orleans Saints. Number 6, San Francisco 49ers. Number 7, New York Jets. Number 8, Dallas Cowboys. Number 9, New England Patriots. Number 10, Arizona Cardinals. Number 11, Cincinnati Bengals. And number 12, Tennessee Titans. Those are the top 12 remaining defenses going forward. Thank you. As for top 12 kickers that are remaining, because we have to get rid of Tyler Bass and Brandon McManus, we go for the following. We have number 1, Jake Elliott. Number 2, Brandon Aubrey. Number 3, Brett Maher. 4, Jake Moody. 5, Kaimi Fairbairn. 6, Harrison Butker. 7, Jason Sanders. Wait. Sorry. It goes Kaimi Fairbairn 5, Nick Folk 6, Harrison Butker 7, Jason Sanders 8, Justin Tucker 9, Eddie Pinheiro 10, Riley Patterson 11, and Greg Joseph 12. Thank you. Now that is all covered. Get back to answering questions in the chat. Man, I mean, listen, I'm hoping that Trevor Lawrence, his first month of the season, is just like it was last season. I mean, you know, it is funny. Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields, two guys that going into their third year of their season, who both got themselves obvious upgrades at the wide receiver position. The anticipation was that they were going to take huge steps forward. I know they've been slow for the first month of the season. Obviously, Justin Fields in the last 2 weeks has made up for all of that thus far. But nonetheless, the expectation is that these two guys are still going to be trending upward for the remainder of the season. And I'm hoping to get a huge performance out of Trevor Lawrence today. That's the hope. That's the hope. Fingers crossed. All right, what is Josh Allen doing here, huh? What do I have here? What is his report? Matt Milano is out with a knee injury. I mean, that only bodes well for the offense of the Jacksonville Jaguars for sure. All right, let's see here. Garrett Wilson or Nico Collins, says Donald Smith. What's up, Donald? Hope you're doing well. As of right now, as you can see to the right side of the screen, I have Garrett Wilson ranked as my number 11 wide receiver and Nico Collins as my number 12 on all remaining players at the position. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Vlad. Thank you very much, Vlad. I appreciate it. Vlad says the following. Zach Moss, A.J. Dillon, Samaje Perine, Tajay Spears, or Hubbard. Who do I play? If I'm playing one of the group, I'm playing Tajay Spears. That's what I would do. I mean, if you just look at his overall production over the course of the last 2 games, he is the best option. You could play Zach. Actually, no, what am I saying? Do I have Zach Moss ahead of him? I don't think I do, actually. Let me check. Uh, oh, look, it's on screen. I have Ty J Spears at 27. I have Zach Moss at number 30. So yeah, I go Spears there. Thank you. Let's hear. Nathan says, does full PPR put Breida above Madison? Probably not. No. I just think that there is a higher likelihood of a touchdown for Madison, which gives him the advantage. I think in terms of receiving upside, they're pretty identical going forward within the given week, so not too worried there. Rick says highest upside today, full PPR, Rashee Rice, Gallup, Shaheed, Tutu Atwell. The highest upside of the four would probably, the highest upside of the four is probably Shaheed, I would say. Like if you're playing against a DJ Moore, Justin Fields stack, it's probably Shaheed. Yeah, that's the highest upside in a full PPR in my mind. Thank you. Let's see here. We had a question from Jonathan Yick. Says, JT or Flowers in a half PPR? That's a really good question. Let's see. Where I'm fairly certain I'm gonna have Flowers ranked higher than him. I do. I have Flowers at 43 and Taylor at 50. So I'll go with Flowers there. If you want to play Jonathan Taylor again, they're close enough. They're only 6 ranks separated. So it's not to where I'm like, oh, you have to play Flowers. I think Jonathan Taylor can still be played, but I do prefer Flowers in this scenario. All right, let's see here. Can the Jacksonville Jaguars pour it on? I mean, they've been in London for 2 weeks now, so hopefully they're getting comfortable there on the roll. There you go. Why is he jumping head first, man? Just slide. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Aiden Kelly in the chat was asking, is Saquon not playing? The expectation is that he's not going to play. The report that we got earlier this morning around 1, I would say it was maybe like 2 or 3 a.m., was that the expectation is that he does not suit up today. So I don't know if he's been deemed out yet, technically. He may still have the doubtful designation, but yeah, I do not expect him to play at all today. How does Travis Etienne drop that pass? No problem, Nathan. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Riley says PPR Sanders or Drake London. I probably would end up playing Drake London there, Riley. Bill's offense is still flying over to London. Yeah, no, I know. It doesn't mean that they're going to just, be terrible, though. I mean, the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Atlanta Falcons both flew over last week. That's the thing, though. When you're flying from Buffalo, New York to London, there's a huge difference between that and the Seattle Seahawks having to fly over to London. You know what I mean? So it's not like I understand there's going to be like some sort of jet lag, but it's not going to be bad enough to where they're completely dysfunctional as an offense. And I don't think that you were kind of implying that. I think you were just saying like, Andrew, just remember, this is a variable, which I know. Christian Kirk's just cooking, man. I mean, I love to see it. I absolutely love to see it. I mean, he is his favorite target. I mean, the guy was literally a top 12 wide receiver last season, and he's still keeping it up. All right, we had a couple questions sent in via Super Chat. I do appreciate that. Jake Thompson says, Addison, Dell, or Mixon. Between those three, I would probably end up playing Joe Mixon. AJ Terrell on Nico today. Yeah, that's definitely apparent. I know that for sure. But Nico Collins, again, is going to move around the formation a bit. There may be opportunities in which Tank Dell probably gets covered, but either way, between the three of those guys, I'll take Mixon. Thank you. We had a question from Sheldon. It says, Najee Harris or Jacoby Myers in a half PPR. I wouldn't probably. I would play Jacoby Myers over Najee Harris today. Thank you. Vlad says, Joe Burrow or CJ Stroud. Who would you play? I have CJ Stroud ranked higher. As you guys can see on screen, I have CJ Stroud ranked as my quite literally number 8 overall quarterback right here. You see that right here? Number 8. And then I have Joe Burrow somewhere over there. My green screen will cut off my hand, but he's at number 13. So CJ Stroud for sure there, Vlad. Appreciate it. Full PPR, Kittle or Ertz? I have Zach Ertz ranked higher than Kittle. I think Kittle, again, is a guy that you drafted to play. So if you're like, Andrew, I have to play him. He's George Kittle. I don't blame you at all. Trust me, I don't. Where does McLaughlin rank if Javonte is out? I would rank him I'd probably rank McLaughlin at, on this half PPR screen, and now that I'm thinking about it, I probably move him to like 21, just ahead of Gus Edwards, and then move Gus Edwards and Matt Breida down, just one spot each. So that's what I would probably do in that scenario. Let's see here. PPR Zay Jones or DeAndre Hopkins. I would sorry, that's Zay Flowers. Apologies. I just every time I see Zay, I think Jones, especially considering he just scored a tutty. Wait, did they just score another touchdown? Did Evan Ingram just drop a touchdown? Oh no, Evan Ingram doesn't get many opportunities at the end zone, so anytime he does, let's just hope he doesn't drop it. Travis Etienne making people miss. We love to see it. All right. But yeah, as for the question, what did I just see here? Zay Flowers or DeAndre Hopkins? I'll take Zay Flowers. Again, the primary reason for that being the case, besides the fact that there is Odell Beckham Jr. and Rashad Bateman returning, taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers is one of the best matchups for wide receivers. So if we're talking about the Baltimore Ravens offense, who are typically highly predicated on running the ball, if in fact that running game does, kind of slow down in any sort of capacity today, Pittsburgh to number one wide receivers this season already. I mean, last week, they gave up 168, 7 catches, and 2 receiving touchdowns to Nico Collins, right? So big performance there. The week prior to that, over 170 receiving yards, over 10 catches, 2 touchdowns to Devontae Adams. Now, I understand that the difference between Devontae Adams and Zay Flowers is big, but Nico Collins, that overall role that he utilized within last week's game, I don't think that, Zay Flowers is out of the realm of possibility of getting that kind of high level of utilization. Even if you go back to week 1, Brandon Ayuk, 2 touchdowns, 129 and 8 catches. So there have been a lot of successful wide receivers against this defense. So I'm assuming that we should see a pretty decent performance here from Zay Flowers, especially with the return of these other wide receivers, which will make it easier for the offense to kind of hide him and not kind of pull too much attention in his direction. When will we know if Javonte Williams plays? So let's see here. I'm fairly certain that today's game between Denver and the Jets starts in 3 hours. So it should be like 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If I'm not mistaken, let me check. The game between Denver and where is it? Sorry, it's at 1 p.m. Wow, okay. So it's a 1 p.m., 1:25 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So 4:25 p.m. Eastern. You won't know until maybe an hour before the game. So that's the risk there. So if you have Javonte Williams, you better have Jaleel McLaughlin on roster. That's pretty much kind of the thing that we need to do. Let's see here. What down is it? They're kicking a field goal, as expected. Brandon McManus up for another great game here today. PPR, Pierce or Thielen? I'd end up playing Thielen there. Let's see here. We had a couple more questions that were sent in. CJ Williams says Michael Wilson or Jordan Addison. I'll take Jordan Addison there this week. Thank you. Hey Andrew, JT or Dobbs in the flex full PPR, says James. Oh man, that's a really good question. I probably end up playing Dobbs there. Primarily because the expectation is that at very most, Jonathan Taylor maybe plays 40% of the overall snaps based on what, the overall reports have been. Again, the same person who broke that Jonathan Taylor signed a massive deal is the same person who reported that he's going to be limited this week. So I'm assuming they're getting their source straight from the tap, which is someone within the building of the Indianapolis Colts. So if the expectation is that he's going to be limited to a capacity as they're working him back off the PUP list, physically unable to perform. Obviously, he was dealing with that ankle injury that he sustained last season, had surgery, obviously had a couple setbacks this offseason, but was working through that. So for now, I would go Romeo Dobbs. Okay, let's see here. We took care of that. Andrew Clark says, I want another 70 burger from the Dolphins, LOL. If we can get it's possible. I don't think it's completely out of the realm of possibility. I think the biggest difference maker is, can the New York Giants score enough points to force the Miami Dolphins to keep that game competitive and go for 50 points? You know what I mean? I don't know if they can. I'm going to be honest. Looking at the injury report for the New York Giants, let me pull this up. So Shane Lemieux, one of their offensive guards, is out. Their center, who they drafted this offseason, is out. Their left tackle is out. So 3 of their starting 5 offensive linemen already out. Typically, we wouldn't even want Saquon Barkley to play in this kind of a game, especially considering, he's still working back from that injury. So let's just hope that Saquon doesn't play and doesn't force himself into playing like Joe Burrow has in the last couple weeks. So he can get healthy, and hopefully we can get him back at a full capacity so we don't have to worry about him. But yeah, for now, if Daniel Jones was worried about the pass rush last week, I think this week is going to be even crazier. Miami's defense should be firing on all cylinders, to say the very least. Let's see here. Where are we at? Thank you, Stuart. Appreciate that. Seth says, start Waddle or Ayuk, then Connor or remaining wide receiver. Good question. Good question. All right, let's see here. So the question originally was, where is it? Where did it go? Waddle or Ayuk? I'm fairly certain in my half PPR rankings, I have Ayuk ahead of him. Am I incorrect? Let's see. I have Ayuk at 14. I have Waddle at 17. Then it's between Waddle at 17 or James Conner in the flex. I have James Conner ahead of Waddle. So I'd go James Conner and Ayuk there this week. Thank you. Appreciate the question. Where are we at here? 3rd and 1. They get the first. Cool. Jack says Josh Allen 13. Okay. John S says thoughts on Stafford rest of the season, 6 point per passing touchdown format. In the 6 point per passing touchdown format, I'm far more inclined to believe that he has more value, primarily because of the format. In a 4 point per passing touchdown league, having to compete with guys that are running the ball as much as they do, it's definitely difficult to trust him. But in a 6 point per passing touchdown league, I don't have a problem with him rest of the season. I mean, he gets his best friend back into the offense, and one of the best receivers in the National Football League injected into the offense that was already playing well. So I only think there's room to go up for Matthew Stafford. Showbiz was saying it's time to wake up Bills offense. Yeah, I would hope that they start waking up soon. Otherwise, we're going to have an entire second half of them throwing the ball. Just like, it's interesting. You guys saw that Thursday night game. Just off of the immediate rip, just looking on the sideline, they were obviously following Sam Howell in the first half of that game with the cameras. He looked like he had no energy. He looked like he was just tired. He didn't even want to be there. And based on his play in the first half, that's what it looked like. And in the second half, they came out and they threw the ball 50 plus times in a row. And then obviously had themselves a pretty good game. But now they threw the ball a bunch in the second half. And obviously it panned out well for fantasy purposes. Let's see here. Jonathan Taylor, Josh Reynolds, or Michael Wilson, pick 2. I probably end up playing Taylor and Wilson there. Thank you, JP. Edwards or Breida? For right now in a half PPR, I would go with Edwards. In a full PPR, I'd probably go Breida. Addison or Miles Sanders? CJ Williams? I would go with Addison there. Drake London or Tyjae Spears? I'd probably go London there. Thank you, Devin. Appreciate it. Good morning. Happy week 5. Yes, happy week 5 to say the least. Hopefully, week 5 will be just as glorious as week 2. I don't know if y'all remember how incredible week 2 was, but I think week 5 already thus far from that Thursday night game has started off pretty hot, and we're just hoping for continued momentum to, continue to just compound, but we'll see. I mean, again, 81% of us in this chat, about 951 overall votes, consisted of the Buffalo Bills winning the game. 955 votes, the Buffalo Bills winning this game. So that's a lot. Now, considering we have 955 votes, I would hope that for those of you guys who haven't like it already, do me a favor, click the like button down below. Greatly helps support the channel. Let's see here. Sebastian Alex says Dobbs or Zach Wilson this week. Yeah, I would go with Dobbs for sure. Did you watch Thursday Night Football? Yeah, of course. What else was I doing on Thursday? Yeah, what else is there to do on a Thursday night? You know what I mean? Marquise Hollywood Brown or Zach Moss, non-PPR. Jack, I'd probably end up playing Marquise Brown there. All right, Josh Allen, 2nd and 9. What do we have? Come on. Let's make some plays here, huh? We're just running the ball. Cool. That's just boring. All right. Can I bench Waddle if he doesn't do anything again? No. You drafted Waddle to play him. If you were going to bench him in any sort of capacity ever, you should trade him. Seriously, though. Gus the Bus Edwards or Miles Sanders? I would play Gus the Bus Edwards. South Central says Debo or Pittman. It's close. I would probably end up playing Michael Pittman in the full PPR, but Debo in the half PPR and standard. Thank you. We had a question from, let's see here. G Money in the chat says Kyron Williams or Pacheco. I play Kyron Williams today. London or McLaughlin. Under the assumption that Javonte Williams doesn't play, if that's the case, which I don't expect that to be the case, but let's say it is the case. Jake Thompson, I would play McLaughlin. But if Javonte Williams is not inactive, for sure I'm rolling with London there. Did he just throw a pick? Did Josh Allen do Josh Allen things? What happened here? No, he didn't. Okay, thank goodness. Whew. Any player props this week? Yes. I do have a couple that I like. We'll go ahead and go over that in just a moment. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and let me go find my Underdog link here. Let's see here. Where are we at? So in terms of my favorite prop going into the given week, let me show you the following. Let me throw this up on the second monitor, and then let's quickly travel on over just so I can show y'all really quickly. So this is my favorite prop on the week. Cooper Kupp going over his receiving yard total, and Jake Elliott going over his or going higher than 1.5 field goals made. That is my favorite of the week. Now I have another one here which includes Kupp and Elliott, but has Olave going for over than 4.5 receptions, and Waddle going higher on his overall receiving yards. So for now, this is my favorite though. This two-headed monster right here. Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Moving back. Let's see here. What do we have? We had a couple more questions that were sent in. Sky Moore or Jamison Williams? Jamison Williams is only expected to play like 20 snaps. On those snaps, he'll probably run a lot of deep routes. But even in that scenario, I probably still end up playing Sky Moore. Even though I don't love Sky Moore, considering he did nothing last week, he's probably the safer option of the two. Let's see here. Ferrari says Collins or Pittman. I probably end up playing Collins there. It's kind of hard not to play him. You know what I mean? Turn to Achane into Kelsey. Good or no? That's fantastic. Love to see it. Well done. Well done. Robert in the chat says Dameon Pierce or Josh Reynolds. I'd end up playing Dameon Pierce there. Robert, thanks. JT or Ramondre Stevenson in the flex. I have Ramondre one spot ahead of him on the rankings on screen, so I'd take Ramondre there. Favorite prop is Elliott. LOL. Yeah, it is. It purely is, dude. That guy is a machine. Jake Elliott has played so well this season. Like, it is crazy, though. If you compare what Jake Elliott did last season compared to this year, you can tell just off the field goal attempts that he is, not just he. The Philadelphia Eagles offense is far less than they were last season. They are scoring far less often, and purely, it is benefiting for Jake Elliott, who is scoring. Let me go. I think this guy's better than a lot of running backs in fantasy football. Let me reference this. Jake Elliott thus far this season has 59 fantasy points, okay? 59. If I go look at the entire list of running backs this season in a half PPR, 59 fantasy points would make Jake Elliott, it would make him RB8 overall. He has more fantasy points than Tony Pollard this year, and David Montgomery, and Derrick Henry, and DeAndre Swift. Okay? Let's just put that into perspective. He's better than those running backs in terms of total point contributions. He is a machine. Okay? Don't get it twisted. All right. Let's see here. Tyler, thank you for sending in a super chat. Asks the following question. My team is 3-1. I have Burrow, Walker, David Montgomery, Pierce, Chase, Ridley, London, Ertz, and Pitts. Got offered Hurts, Olave, and Tank Dell for Burrow and Chase. Do I accept? Oh, man. It depends on what you think the Joe Burrow injury is going to turn into. Does it turn into a bigger problem, or does he get healthy and get back on track? Because if he gets healthy and back on track, I don't make this trade at all. And that's what I'm anticipating to see, is that he doesn't, worsen the overall injury. I don't think he has any setbacks going forward. So I probably get into a position where I just keep what you have. Thank you. Appreciate it, Tyler. But again, if you are in a position where you're worried about it, I guess the trade is a decent way to get out of it for now. George Garcia says, should I start the Lions or Ravens defense? I have the Lions ranked as my number 1 remaining defense on the given week. I have the Ravens as my number 3 defense. So for now, I would play the Lions. Thank you. Montgomery or Achane says 3 up, 3 down. Again, rankings on screen up here somewhere. You see that? Montgomery's at number 3, Achane's at number 7. So I'd play David Montgomery. Jahmyr Gibbs is not anticipated to play. They play against the Carolina Panthers, the second best matchup at the position. If Montgomery goes for another 30-point fantasy game, I will not be surprised. Let's see here. Steven in the chat said, would you consider starting Michael Gallup over Deebo Samuel? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't consider it. Could I do it? Sure. But would I consider it? No. So basically the answer is I would never suggest that to anyone. Not to say that it's not out of the realm of possibility for Michael Gallup to have an upside performance, but he'll need to find the end zone pretty early in that game and see a pretty streamlined volume of targets for him to outscore Deebo. MJ says pick 3, Kupp, Nakua, Lamb, and Garrett Wilson. That is not an easy question to answer, but if I was picking a group of players to play, I'd probably play Lamb, Nakua, and Kupp there. Thanks. Nico Collins or Zay Flowers. I'd end up playing Nico there. JSJ says Kyron or Puka Nakua in a full PPR. I would play Puka Nakua there. Mizzy says that 61-yarder was nuts. What 61-yarder? Did he make a field goal from 61 yards? Did he actually, though? Hold up. I got a cross-reference. Let me go pull up the game. I can't pull it up on my PC. That's the unfortunate thing about this. I can only pull it up on my phone. Let's check here. Let me open up a couple links, see if I can find anything that's following the game, perhaps. Here we go. Cool. All right, here we go. So what 61-yarder are we talking about? What the heck are we talking about? All right, let's see here. Jameson Williams or Zach Moss in a full PPR. Tim, I would probably look to try to get some other alternative option, to be honest. If you can't and you have to pick one of the two, at that point, I guess you probably just play Jameson Williams and pray. Jaden Reed or Nick Westbrook-Ikine, I'd play Westbrook today. Jaleel or Deebo Samuel in the flex. Deebo Samuel. Lele says, okay, so that was Lele's. Peter says, flex Dell, Addison, or Tutu Atwell. No, I'd rather play Addison out of the group. He's ranked highest on the screen. Also, Ayuk or Waddle, I take Ayuk there. So Addison and Ayuk there, Peter. Thanks. Isaac K, thank you very much. I appreciate it, Isaac. Isaac says, Samaje Perine and Jacoby Myers for Jahmyr Gibbs and Zay Flowers. Yeah, I'll take that deal. Give me Gibbs and Flowers rest of the season. For sure. I'll take that. Thank you. Brandon says, Josh Allen and Cook are disappointing me right now. Yeah, listen, it's still early, man. That's the reality. It's still early. And if somehow, some way, they end up having dud weeks, that's fantasy football. You would assume that one of, if not the best, quarterback in fantasy football would have himself a great week. It's early, man. You got to remember Thursday Night Football. Sam Howell did nothing in the first half, was quite literally 95 passing yards, and then in the second half had finished the game with 388 passing yards. There's still time. Let them cook. Let's see here. Alex Howard follows up with another question. Says Tank Dell or Madison full PPR? Thanks. Let me actually check. That's a good question. Where do I have Dell in comparison to Madison? I have Tank Dell at 59 in a full PPR and Alexander Madison at 68. So I'll take Tank Dell there this week. Thank you. Appreciate it, Alex. Colin Smith says full PPR, Gus Edwards or Jaylen Warren. Let me check my rankings. In a full PPR at the running back position, I have Gus Edwards at... Yeah, I still have Gus Edwards ahead of him. Let me actually check. How does Jaylen Warren even do in a full PPR? Because I don't think I've ever started him this season in a full PPR capacity. I know he's been playing decently well, enough to where he's catching the ball a couple times a game, but is it enough to justify him over the likes of Gus Edwards? No. I mean, what has he done the last 3 weeks? 12.6, with a huge receiving game, but again, unlikely to occur again. So in the last 2 weeks, 3 catches and 6 catches, 8.2 and 11.5. Yeah, I'd probably still end up playing Gus Edwards there, considering Gus Edwards had himself 4 targets last week himself. All right, let's see here. Nice run by Travis Etienne. Nice run. Anytime you can make yards after contact, I'd love to see it. Josh Reynolds or Jay Flowers at the flex. Carlos Luna. I would play Zay Flowers. Thanks, man. Steven says the only certainty in fantasy is disappointment. Absolutely. Look, I love it. I'm glad that we're on the same page. That is absolutely a fact. Corey Olson sends in a question. Thank you very much, Corey. Appreciate it. We starting Kyron Williams over Jonathan Taylor. Yes, I would. That's what I would do. Doesn't mean you have to, but yes, I would. I'm expecting Jonathan Taylor to be limited in his overall usage today, as they reported. That is a huge run. Man, Christian Kirk is so fast. My goodness. Michael Barton, what's up? Hope you're doing well, Michael. Says, do I play Flowers or Pacheco in the flex PPR? Good question. Let me see. Pacheco. I have Flowers ahead of him. Thanks, man. Rockout says, trade offer. Walker for Pollard, full PPR. I would rather have Pollard rest of season. So let's just put it at that. I have Pollard 1 spot ahead of, or actually not 1 spot, probably a couple spots ahead of Walker in a full PPR, but still, I have Pollard ahead of him. This is Christian Kirk's team, by the way. You know what's funny? I mean, I can go back and I can find the comments. After week 1, okay, after Christian Kirk did nothing, you go back to the week 2 wide receiver rankings video, and there were people with pitchforks and torches coming after me, saying, Andrew, I can't believe you're ranking Christian Kirk this highly. He's a bum. The overreaction of the public is ridiculous. Christian Kirk was a great wide receiver, is a great wide receiver, and will continue to be. I can't believe there are so many people that gave up on him after just one dud performance. Like, what are we on about? What are we doing? Let's hear Mostert or Ayuk in a full PPR. I'd probably just play Mostert there. Kittle or Ferguson. I have Kittle ahead of him just slightly. Benching Monty for anyone this week sounds kind of nuts. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, that's why I literally have him as my number 3 ranked running back. Yeah, as the remaining running backs. Montgomery's going to be insane today. Trevor Lawrence. Let's see here. And is that the one and only Zay Jones catching the ball? Who caught it? Did he just drop that pass? That's brutal. Absolutely brutal. I benched Kirk, but I do have him. Who'd you bench him for? Hey, Andrew, full PPR Ramondre Stevenson, Tank Dell, or Dobbs in the flex. Dan, I would suggest, let's see here. Where do I have Ramondre Stevenson? Out of the bunch, out of those 3 overall those 3 options, I probably end up playing Romeo Dobbs there. Thanks, man. All right, so let me go check a couple of my lineups here, make sure everything is clear and away, so I don't have any injured players potentially going. I just want to make sure I don't have what's his name in one of my lineups, Barkley accidentally, because I know he's probably not going to play today. Brandon Cooks or Khalif Raymond? Devin, I would play Khalif Raymond this week. I have him ranked higher. What does this say? Flex Waddle, Flowers, Pacheco, or Connor? I'd go with Connor there. Andrew, would you play Khalif Raymond or wait and start Jaleel if Javonte is out? Jaden Reed would be my backup. I'd probably end up just playing Khalif Raymond there. Bench Kirk for Collins? Yeah, that's fine. That's okay by me. I would have done the same. I mean, my team... Let me go find this sleeper team. I have a sleeper team that has both Kirk and Collins that have just been cooking for me as of late. My goodness. Kirk only has 7 points, man. He has 2 catches for 50 yards. He's not even cooking that hard. What the heck? I mean, it is early, but still, like, I thought he had more catches. I haven't been watching the game that much, I guess. Let's see here. DJ Chark revenge game today. Is it technically a revenge game if he's only taking on the Lions and he was only there for 1 year? I feel like DJ Chark, for him to have a revenge game, it would be against Jacksonville of all teams. You know what I mean? Let's see here. We had a question from, what does that say, Breida or Josh Reynolds? Breida or Josh Reynolds? I'd probably end up playing Breida there. Yeah, that's probably the way I would go about it. Let's see here. Okay, now I need to take care of a couple things. Let's move this up the list. Man, they haven't deemed Jahmyr Gibbs or Saquon Barkley out yet. I gotta wait so that I can move them to my IR spot. Until then, I gotta be patient. Hopkins or Watson in a full PPR? Luke, I'd end up going Watson there. Ray, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well, Ray. Ray says, should I play Jaleel McLaughlin if he's the starter or Gus Edwards in a standard scoring format? If, in fact, Javonte Williams is out, then the suggestion would be for sure to play Jaleel McLaughlin over Gus Edwards. But considering Gus Edwards plays at 10 a.m., so basically in 2.5 hours, he plays in 2.5 hours, and we don't know if Javonte Williams is going to be active until the afternoon slate of games, the second half of games on Sunday, I would probably just suggest playing Gus Edwards and not risk it if you don't have any other alternative options there. Thanks, man. Do I start Warren or Gus Edwards? I would probably just go with Gus Edwards there. Ayuk for Olave because of car injury. Henny, is that Ayuk or Olave? Which one is it? Is it or for? Thanks, man. Michael Barton says, do I play Zay Flowers or Mostert or Pacheco in a flex full PPR? In a full PPR, do I play? I probably just play Flowers over the bunch anyway, just because of the format itself. Steven says, give Aaron Jones questionable status. Given the Aaron Jones questionable status, should I start Gus Edwards instead of him in the flex? I would be willing to risk it. Me personally, I would be. But I just don't know if you're as willing to risk it for the biscuit as I am. Come on, Diggs. Start warming up. Let's go. Let's put together a drive here. At least get a field goal. Come on. Let's see here. Okay. Andrew Brown in the chat says Jonathan Taylor, Dameon Pierce, or Tank Dell in the flex. I'd probably go with Dameon Pierce there. Thanks, man. Again, reminder, guys, for those of you who have Dameon Pierce, both of his starting offensive tackles are back. Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard. Laramie Tunsil was missed the last 2 weeks because of injury. And, of course, Titus Howard was on the injured reserve for the last month. So this is going to be a far more improved rushing attack. Even though it is a tough matchup technically against the Atlanta Falcons, I would take Pierce there. Okay, Henry says or. So considering Ayuk or Olave because of car injury, I'm okay playing Ayuk there. I mean, I prefer Olave because the expectation is typical. Okay, so primarily because of the fact that the New England Patriots have so many injuries to their secondary. Christian Gonzalez put on the injured reserve. Jack Jones, Jonathan Jones, Marcus Jones, they've all been dealing with injuries and probably going to be out today, as they have in the last couple weeks. Their whole secondary is out. They just brought in J.C. Jackson via trade, and J.C. Jackson will probably play within that scheme and has played well in that scheme before. But ultimately, I mean, J.C. Jackson after that Achilles injury has not looked great. So, that being said, I do prefer Olave. If you want to play Ayuk, by all means, be my guest. I don't mind that at all. Thank you. Should I play Zach Moss or AJ Dillon? Good question. I am purely expecting that Aaron Jones plays tomorrow. And because of that expectation, I might... no. Let's just play AJ Dillon. Let's just play Dillon for now. I think it's just safer. Because maybe even if, in fact, we get to a situation where Aaron Jones is somewhat limited tomorrow, we may see more work from AJ Dillon, and that could be pretty beneficial for fantasy purposes. So, yeah, let's just play Dillon for now. James Cook ain't doing jack. Yeah, I mean, the Jacksonville Jaguars run-stop defense is good. We talked about this earlier in the week, guys. When we talk about matchups at the running back position in terms of fantasy points allowed, like, I'm not joking around when I put those stats up. Those really do make a difference. They certainly play a huge part in the overall variables of upside within these fantasy prospects within the given weeks. All right, for those of you who are joining us this morning, welcome. Happy Sunday for week 5 of the 2023 fantasy football season. Over the course of the next 2 hours and 20 minutes, I'll continue to answer questions regarding fantasy football. A couple of reminders. First and foremost, if you guys haven't not yet already, do me a favor and click the like button down below. It continues to help support the channel. Thank you very much. Additionally, if in fact you're going to send in a question, whether it's via super chat or whether it's just a regular chat, be sure to include your scoring format. Definitely helps me out a lot. Outside of that, additionally, if you guys didn't check out my earlier overall pick 'em play going into week 5, for the 2023 fantasy football season. My favorite pick'em for today specifically is Jake Elliott going higher on field goals made and Cooper Kupp going higher on overall receiving yardage. I do have a play here that has already started earlier in the week, but I took this on Monday, right? This is when all of the numbers were pretty much limited. Like, I don't think David Montgomery, like if I checked right now, David Montgomery is probably at such a high number. Yeah, look, he's at 82. So I was able to get him at like such a prime number. I usually like to go grab players on Mondays. Either way, additionally, as of right now, if you just go ahead and put Mark Andrews in a slip, regardless of whether you win or lose, you have a chance, 1,000 people winning $100 of Underdog Fantasy in-game currency. So if you guys are interested, again, use code Andrew. Check out the website. What is this? Aaron Donald. Interesting. What is this? 2.5 solo tackles. Solo tackles? That's not an easy stat to accumulate. That's not an easy one, especially when you're getting double teamed the whole game. That's not an easy one. All right, anyway, going back to the questions. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We had a question that came in from Chief. Thank you very much, Chief. Chief says the following. Risk it with McKinnon or play the floor with Dylan. I would risk it with McKinnon. In a full PPR, I'd risk it with McKinnon. It depends. Do you need the risk? If you need the risk, let's do it. But otherwise, just go with the floor. 313 Richo says full PPR Dobbs or Mostert in the flex. Oh man, I probably end up playing Mostert there. Thanks, man. Tim in the chat says I'm really tempted to start Flowers over Nico. What do you think? I can't do it. Not at this point. Nico Collins has played so well this season that if I was to sit him and he goes off on my bench, it would absolutely crush my soul. So for now, I would just venture to say I couldn't do it, but if you would like to, certainly can. I'm looking off screen primarily or looking away from camera because I'm trying to see how this game's going. Screen pass, Christian Kirk, what a surprise. Who else is catching the ball? Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Terrence says Ravens defense or Miami defense. I have the Miami Dolphins defense one spot ahead of the Ravens defense. Speaking of defenses, at around 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, so about 20 minutes, I'll go over top 12 defenses and kickers once again. I appreciate y'all. We had a question that came in from Daniel. Daniel Caps Keenan says, good morning. I see your rankings, and I still see Higbee over Waller, even with Cups back. Yes. I see Ridley is screwing me again. What do I do with him? Listen, the game just started. Just let it play out. If Ridley by the end of this game is still a dud performance, then we have to be careful with him. Again, I had him ranked. What did I have him ranked? Let me see here. Earlier today, prior to the game starting, I had him ranked at wide receiver 21. So earlier in the week, with DJ Moore in the lineup, he was at, and then who else was in that game? Yeah. So earlier in the week, he was like wide receiver 22. Like, that's pretty much where he's going to be going forward. Like, unless he's going to get a high, volume of targets, it's going to be tough to trust him in a top, 15 capacity. So, yeah, that's the thought on the matter. But again, the game just began. It's only midway through the second quarter, or a little bit past midway through the second quarter, so I wouldn't worry about it. Just keep the positive vibes up. All right, let's see here. We move on to a question that was sent in for Corey Olson. It says, if Barkley was in, would you have Waller over Ertz? No. Waller, his overall upside is limited by the fact that this offensive line is beat up. And because Waller is being utilized to stay in and chip block on majority of the overall passing attempts, it does lower his overall upside. Thank you. Diggs needs to leave Buffalo ASAP. You guys are overreacting, man. He doesn't need to leave Buffalo. Oh, man. He doesn't need to leave anywhere, man. He's fine. Metcalf bye. Barkley is out. Ray's question is the following. I have Hurts. I have Waddle. I have Olave. I have Montgomery. I have Gus. I have Hawkinson, Christian Watson, Jake Moody. Ravens defense. Is the lineup looking good? Yeah, that's a good-looking lineup. I have no problem with that at all. Zero Cool says full PPR, Hunter Henry or Josh Reynolds? Ooh, wow, that's a good question, actually. I probably play Josh Reynolds there in a full PPR. Thanks for the question, man. Let's see here. Xavier says Nico or Garrett. Garrett Wilson. I have Garrett Wilson ranked higher, so I would play Garrett Wilson today against the Denver Broncos. Thanks, man. McLaughlin or Addison in the flex? I'd play Addison there. Thanks. Should I drop Robert Woods for Charbonnet? If you have Kenneth Walker on roster, sure. What's going on, man? Says Ryan Johnson. Full PPR. Dell or Sanders in the flex? I'd play Tank Dell. You know Tank's first name is Nathaniel. Nathaniel Dell. You guys know T.Y. Hilton's first name is Eugene. You guys know Mac Jones' first name is Michael. His middle name is McCorkle. I think DK Metcalf's first name is DeKalen. It's some I mean, it is a all-intensive. It's a double name there. It's just two first names or something, but DeKalen's a pretty cool name. Anyway, every RB has done good against the Steelers. Has every running back played well against the Steelers? I don't know if that's the case. Let me see here. Let's go to my matchup section. Let's go to the Steelers. I mean, I guess if you I don't know if that's the case. You go back to week 3, Josh Jacobs, 62 rushing yards, 3 catches, 18 receiving yards. So overall, he had 80 total yards, so 8 fantasy points plus 1.5 points for reception, so 9.5 fantasy points. I mean, if you consider that as a good game, and that's what we're in, I mean, technically that's kind of what we're anticipating to see out of Gus Edwards, then sure, but I don't know if that's a good game. You know, that's just like an average game for a running back of that caliber specifically. Ridley drop. Okay, you guys are now trolling me. Good one, Benjamin. Good one. Are we worried about Debo this week? I'm not as worried as I was last week. The primary reason for that being the case is because when you go check out the injury report of the San Francisco 49ers, Debo Samuel had full practices this week in comparison to last week where he was limited the whole week. So, yeah, not as concerned as I was last week. So definitely starting. Goddard or Ramondre Stevenson? You have to play Ramondre there. You got to play Ramondre. No problem, Tim. Appreciate it, man. I think the Bills comeback starts here, says Seth. I mean, are you sure? Are you sure about that, though? Are we sure? Because it's interesting. You know what I'm going to do? Okay, so I'm going to end the poll. And I'm going to start a new poll. Who wins today? Bills or Jaguars? Considering the score right now, who do we think is going to win going forward? That's kind of the next question. Are we because the poll was at 70, it was at 80, actually no, at one point it was like 90% of the votes were for the Buffalo Bills. And now we're starting to see a little bit of, hesitation from y'all. People starting to jump off the bandwagon. I still think that the Buffalo Bills could probably win this game. Now, if they go down, like 18-0, then my concern starts to rise. But otherwise, I mean, they're still one of the better offenses in the league. So I'm not going to panic too heavily yet. Is JSN droppable? Yes, I think he's droppable. Young says start Nico Collins or Devonta Smith. I believe I have Devonta Smith ranked higher on screen. So yeah, that's what I would go with. Jack says, are the Patriots drafting a QB soon? Yeah, 2024 they should. There's a lot of quarterbacks coming out of this draft that are going to be of a lot of value. So for sure going to see a lot of quarterbacks drafted in the first round of 2024. So if I was them, I would definitely look towards drafting a quarterback. I don't think Mac Jones is the answer for their future. Let's see here. We had a question. Let's see. Okay, cool. Chaos Lord 916. What is up, man? Long time no see. The Chaos Lord's back, huh? Hope you're doing well, Chaos Lord. All it takes is dig sideline. Yeah, I mean, I know. You're not wrong. Simply Rages says OBJ will be better than Zay Flowers this game. Really? Are you sure, man? He's dealing with a pretty significant knee injury, man. Like, it's not ACL, but it's definitely a lot of discomfort in that knee. That's for sure. So, I mean, there's a reason why he's missed the last couple games. Lance Rebo says, should I stream the Ravens, Dolphins defense? Okay, you know what? While we're at it, let's just go ahead and let's mention defenses in terms of my rankings going into week 5. So I'm going to mention these right now. Probably will mention them again in another 40 minutes, but let's just go over it right now. All right, remaining defenses that are within my top 12. Are we ready? Of the following, we have the Detroit Lions number 1, the Miami Dolphins number 2, Baltimore Ravens 3, Houston Texans 4, New Orleans Saints 5, San Francisco 49ers 6, New York Jets 7, Dallas Cowboys 8, New England Patriots 9, Cardinals 10, Bengals 11, Titans 12. As for top 12 kickers, we have the following. I got to remove Jake. I have to move Bass and McManus out of here. We have Jake Elliott number 1, Brandon Aubrey number 2, Brett Maher number 3, Jake Moody number 4, Kaimi Fairbairn number 5, Nick Folk 6, Harrison Butker 7, Jason Sanders 8, Justin Tucker 9, Eddie Pinheiro 10, Riley Patterson 11, and Greg Joseph 12. Thanks, man. Appreciate y'all. If you guys haven't yet already, click the like button down below. Greatly appreciate that. Help support the channel. Let's see here. What does it say? Half PPR pick 3, Pierce, Taylor, Stevenson, Achane. I would probably end up sitting Taylor out of the bunch. I'd play Pierce, Stevenson, and Achane ahead of him. If you want to play Taylor over Stevenson, wouldn't bother me. But yeah, that would be the 3 that I suggest. Thank you. Appreciate it. Come on, Josh Allen. Start cooking, baby. We got to get it on the board before halftime. Why would the 49ers be so high considering the matchup? Can you explain briefly? Yeah, I don't expect the Dallas Cowboys to score many points. That's primarily why. If you guys go look at the last 2 games that the Dallas Cowboys took on the 49ers defense, specifically in the last 2 playoffs, 2021, 2022, those have been lower scoring events from the Dallas Cowboys. Their overall efforts have not led to a lot of points. And considering the struggles that they've had over the course of the last 2 games now, in the red zone, they're 3 for 11. Goal-to-goal situations are 2 for 9, if I'm not mistaken. They're in a really bad spot. They're not able to score in the red zone where you typically find a lot of your points. And honestly, I think the 49ers defense probably keep them in a scenario where they're not in the red zone quite often this, specific game. So yeah, I do expect the 49ers defense to play well. Lance Remo says, stream Ravens or Dolphins defense over 49ers. Yeah, I'd play the Dolphins or Ravens defense. Dolphins is higher than the Ravens. But yes, I would play them both over 49ers defense against the Cowboys. Thanks, man. 3rd and 1. Who's in the backfield? Is that Damian Harris? Play action. Josh Allen fakes the pass, boots to the edge, and well done. OBG has an ankle injury. Is that an ankle injury? Are you sure? I thought it was a knee injury. Let me check the injury report. I may have read it wrong. Let me go check. Where is Baltimore Ravens on the injury report? OBJ. It is ankle. Yeah, never mind. I am mistaken. Apologies. Moving on. We had a question from Dill Taylor. Says, bye week killer, must win game. Start 2. Raymond, Michael Wilson, Hunter Henry. I'll take Raymond and Michael Wilson this week. Thanks. Let's see here. Traded Diggs, Rashad White, and Evan Ingram for Cut Montgomery and Hunter Henry. I have Mark Andrews. Yeah, I think you won that deal outright. I don't even think you needed to get Hunter Henry in return. I think with Mark Andrews, you're good to go, but still, well done. I like the trade. Let's hear. Lou 8304 says, still rank Aubrey this high given what you said? Yeah, because, okay, imagine a reality where the Dallas Cowboys don't score very many points. How do we expect them to get on the board? Field goals, right? That's how they're going to score. Come on, it's so easy. Who should I have more? You should have more watch party streams. Dude, I wish I could stream the game. Obviously, that's not in the cards because, copyright. Yeah, that'd be more fun. It is tough because considering I'm already on like a 15-second delay from YouTube because like there's a latency. Considering that delay in itself, on top of the fact that there's a delay from, where I'm watching the game on the phone from where it is actually being live broadcast, I'm on like a double delay. So it is tough. Ernie says, where we just watched the game with you? Where the heck is your first comment, Ernie? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I know, I get it. I understand what you're saying. But again, it is tough when there's an omega delay. Let's see here. Penn State says Jordan Love or Anthony Richardson. I have Anthony Richardson ranked higher. Again, right here on well, actually, let me just pop this open. Right here, Anthony Richardson at 4, Jordan Love at 7. 4, 7. I'd go with Anthony Richardson this week. Thank you. Let's see here. Seth says, how many times are you gonna say Ridley is bad? Benjamin is just really upset right now. Don't mind Benjamin. Benjamin's just angry. Let's see here. Duncan says, in for a rough day, Michael Wilson or Wan'Dale Robinson? I'll take Michael Wilson there. Adel says, is ETN not ranked because the game already started, or just that low on him? No. The game already started. Otherwise, he was ranked at. Let me check here. He was ranked formally at number 10, but now that the game started, I update the rankings and he's not on the list. But yeah, he was number 10 earlier this morning at around 6 a.m. prior to the game starting. Hall or Mostert, half PPR. Beachman, the rankings on screen are up to date as for half PPR, so I will take Breece Hall ahead of Mostert as it says on screen. Thanks, man. Get an NFL sponsorship so you can show games. Yeah, that's not even possible. That's literally impossible. Do you know how much it costs to pay the NFL to stream their games? It's over 6 figures. I'll tell you that much. It's actually 7 figures. I'm fairly certain it's over $1 million to be able to get the rights. Not even, actually scratch it. You can't even get the rights to stream their games. Just showing highlights will cost you like $10 million a year. It is not cheap. I know Pat McAfee, prior to joining ESPN, he spent a lot of money, getting a deal with NFL Films so he could show highlights on his show. And my goodness, did it cost him an arm and a leg. So yeah, that's not possible, but I do appreciate it. Jags are the best London team ever. I mean, they play there literally every year. So I don't know. I mean, they have an advantage, right? They kind of have that kind of rotation set up already. They're not really in a position to where they're falling apart every time they go there. Who scored a touchdown? Stephon Diggs. Let's go, baby. My stream is delayed. Man, they're not even in the red zone yet on my stream. Yo, I got spoiled from my own. It's all right. I don't even care. Well done, man. Well done, Stephon Diggs. Let's go. We're back. The Buffalo Bills are back, baby. Okay. Let's see here. Lance, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Fred says half PPR. I need floor. Jonnu Smith or Bobby Trees? I'll take Bob. I'll probably take Jonnu Smith there. Devin says start one. JT, Pacheco, Madison, Stevenson, PPR. I'd probably put Pacheco out of the group there, Devin. Puka and Swift for CD. Okay. No, I would keep what you have. Do you think Javonte will play? I'm assuming he will because he had a full designation of practice. Yeah, he had a full designation of practice. How much? That's how much Amazon pays. Amazon pays for one game though a week. They pay way more. Let me see here. How much did Amazon pay for Thursday Night Football? The company paid $11 billion to carry out Thursday Night Football for the next 11 seasons on Prime Video. $11 billion. So let's just put this into account. How many Thursday Night Football games are there a year? How many Thursday Night Football games are there? All right. So where are we? Okay, let's look at the Thursday Night Football schedule this year. It goes up until week 17. So there are 16 Thursday Night Football games, okay? 16. 16 times 11 for the next 11 years is 167 games. So $11 billion, okay? Let's just do the math. $11 billion. That's an extra couple zeros. Divided by 167. the Amazon is paying the NFL $62.5 million per Thursday night football game to have it on their platform. Okay, just understand the value of the league. Okay, just understand the value of the league. It is ridiculous. All right. So when y'all are saying, yeah, just get a sponsorship, that's not how it works, man. This is a different game. I was gonna say like a small fish. Yeah, I'm a small fish in the ocean. Let's just put it that way. I am a guppy in the ocean. Yes, 11 billion for the next 11 years. $1 billion a year. Can you imagine that? Bezos got that money, man. Bezos got that money. Would you start Taylor or Sanders this week, considering Taylor is on a snap count? I would still play Taylor. The primary reason is because I don't trust Sanders against that Detroit Lions run-stop defense. I'll go half with you, bro. Batty, I appreciate that, man. Let's do it. Let's do it, man. I'll go half with you. That's probably the best comment of the day, man. That's actually great. Okay. There were a couple super chats sent in. Sorry, I was on a math tear for Thursday Night Football. Now that that's been taken care of, let me go over some of these questions that were sent in. Alex, Snodgrass. Alex, thank you very much. Says, standard league, start Garrett Wilson or Mostert in my flex. In a standard scoring format, I'm probably more inclined to play Mostert in the given week. That is a great run by Travis Etienne. Nice catch, and wow, well done. So for right now, yes, in a standard format with no points per reception, I probably lean towards Mostert. As for the full PPR league, starting Javonte Williams is my RB2, but if he misses, do I start Hubbard or McLaughlin? If he misses, you play McLaughlin in his stead. Thank you. Moving on to Duncan Kelly. Says full PPR, Jalen Warren or Josh Reynolds in the flex. In a full PPR scoring format, I probably lean towards the idea of playing Josh Reynolds there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Gucci Han Louis Han, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well. Says, my man, 50 grand. 50 grand, what? What do you mean 50 grand? I don't know what that even means. Full PPR, I need one of MG Flex out of Dameon Pierce. Okay, so in a full PPR, we need one flex out of Dameon Pierce, DeAndre Hopkins, Tutu Atwell, and Michael Wilson. Out of that group of players, let me check. Who do I have ranked higher, DeAndre Hopkins or Dameon Pierce? Dameon Pierce is behind DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre Hopkins is ahead of him in a full PPR. Thank you. Let's see here. Did Calvin really just have himself a nice catch here? Or am I coping? Let me check the game log real quick. Game log, Christian Kirk. Never mind, it wasn't. Oh, Calvin really did have a 16-yard catch. All right, cool. At least he's getting some sort of utilization, huh? Finally. He had another target incomplete. Okay, well, that is what it is. Moving on. We had a question that came in from Haram. Thank you very much. Haram says, in a full PPR, pick two. Achane, Breida, Mostert, Javonte. I would suggest starting both of the Miami Dolphins running backs. The primary reason is because they're the two best players of the four that you have. And also, if Achane gets like a goal line rushing touchdown stolen or vice versa, you're able to accumulate all of the running back points within the Miami Dolphins offense, which should have a lot today. Is that a touchdown from Calvin? Let's go, baby. Come on, please be a catch. What? That's not a catch. What? Oh, no. Oh, no. What a disaster. Oh, he's out of bounds. Oh, come on, man. Why are we running routes literally to... Okay, anyway. Yeah, Haram. Both of the Miami Dolphins backfield. That's what I'm suggesting. Corey Olson says, do you see Russell's production suitable? Do I see... In comparison to who, Corey? In comparison to who? Jorge Perez follows up, says, nothing. There's nothing attached to the question. Jorge, let me know what you have. Let's see here. Yeah, who we talking about, Corey? Fred Kahn says, best defensive play, Kansas City, Indianapolis, New York Jets, New Orleans, or New England? I would suggest the New Orleans Saints are the best of the bunch there, Fred. Or Fahad. I said Fred. Where's the other Fred that I saw in this chat? That's Fahad. Thank you very much. No touchdown for Ridley. Pain. Just pain. That's all I feel. I don't feel joy anymore. Just disappointment. End zone target? Yeah, I know it's tough. I mean, look, you would assume that if you're going to run a route towards the sideline, you're not running straight into the boundary at an angle to where you're not going to be able to catch this pass. Sustainable. Oh my God, I am literally just dyslexic. Sustainable. No, it's not sustainable. Look at the games in which they've sack fumble. Look at the games in which they've played. The Denver Broncos week 1 took on the Washington Commanders. Not a good team. Week 2, they took on the Las Vegas Raiders. Or sorry, yes. No. Wait, let me think about this. Yes, week. No. Week 1, they took on the. I'm forgetting. I got to go find it right now. Denver Broncos. Okay, so they played against the Las Vegas Raiders week 1, Washington Commanders week 2, Miami Dolphins week 3, Chicago Bears week 4. 3 of their first 4 games have been against really bad teams. Las Vegas, Washington, and Chicago. The one game against Miami, I mean, it was a blowout, so they just were throwing the entire time in the second half. So ultimately, is it sustainable? No, I don't think it's sustainable. I think ultimately it'll most likely be a situation in which Russell Wilson kind of falls off at times, especially when we get into those tougher matchups. Like this upcoming Thursday night, we have Kansas City versus Denver. That Denver defense is really going to put it on him, but Russell Wilson in seasons past, specifically last year against Kansas City, those are the best games that he had almost all year from what I can recall. Last season against Kansas City, week 14, 247 and 3 passing touchdowns, 57 rushing yards, an insane game. And then when was the other time he played against Kansas City last season? I think it was in week 17, 222 and a passing touchdown, 27 rushing yards and 2. So basically, in both of the games last year against the Kansas City Chiefs, scored 3 touchdowns in each game. So I'm expecting him to probably play well once again this way. But rest of season, I mean, he's probably like a top 20 quarterback. Probably a top 20 quarterback. That doesn't seem like a crazy idea. Let's see here. Trevor Lawrence turnover. Yeah, we saw that, unfortunately. Dallas Cowboys or stream Houston. I like the Houston defense. If you have a roster spot available to do it, then go for it. Do I play Stevenson or Spears? I would end up suggesting you play Stevenson there. Jorge Perez is in a full PPR. I need tight end Goddard or Ferguson. I have the Cowboys. Have Cowboys. Should I start them? Or I can pick up the others from the defensive rankings. If you have a roster spot available to where you can make that move, then let's go for it. Chrome, you almost got me there. You almost had me on a hairline trigger there. That was you almost got me, Chrome. I'll tell you that much. You almost got me. So yeah, for right now, I would suggest between those 2 tight ends, I would play Jake Ferguson. As for the Dallas Cowboys defense, if you have like the Detroit Lions, Miami Dolphins, Baltimore Ravens, Houston Texans, one of those defenses available, I'd rather play them. Colts or Eagles defense. If I was going to play one of the 2, I would probably... Shaq Leonard's out for the Colts. I'd probably play the Eagles. Joe Juice says, do you think Javonte will play today? When they also play on Thursday? That's a really good question. Now that I'm considering, you make a really good point. Considering the Thursday game, are they willing to risk it? Look, here's my thing. Why would they practice him full on Friday unless he was going to play? You know what I mean? That's my only thought process there. Why would they practice him fully? Unless they were just going to, if they were going to sit him anyway, then what's the point, right? But you never know. It's possible. All right, let's see here. Let me put together something really quickly. Okay, let me do this. Clean up a couple things. Okay, cool. We're back. Okay, for those of you who are joining us this morning, welcome to our Week 5 live stream for the 2023 fantasy football season. We've been live for 2 hours and 7 minutes thus far, and we're not stopping anytime soon. The stream will continue on until 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'll be answering questions. For those of you who are wondering, yes, the rankings on screen are up to date, and they are primarily for half PPR scoring format. So if you guys are looking for rankings, interpositional, top 36 wide receivers, running backs, top 16 quarterbacks and tight ends, those are on screen. Raymond or Wan'Dale Robinson, I would rather play Khalif Raymond. Victor says Josh Reynolds, Wan'Dale Robinson, or Dalvin Cook. I'd rather play Josh Reynolds. Ken Charles says pick 2, Stevenson, Hopkins, McLaughlin. I'd play Stevenson and Hopkins because I don't know if McLaughlin's going to, I don't know if, Javonte Williams is going to be out. And we won't know until the afternoon, considering they play far later on in the afternoon. Sam Castillo says full PPR. Pick 1, Boyd, Breida, P. Ryan, London. Thank you, sir. Out of that group, in a full PPR scoring format, that one's tough. Let me see here. Where do I have Boyd in comparison? Tyler Boyd is there. Where's Matt Breida? Yeah, I have Tyler Boyd ahead of the bunch in a full PPR. That's what I would suggest going with. Alrighty, so this is what's going to have to happen. All right, just traded away. I traded away James Cook for Brees. I'm fine with that, Joseph. I'm fine with that. Robert says Olave or Zay Flowers. I'll prefer Olave this week. Jack, he was just messing around. He was joking. PPR, Ramondre still over Jonathan Taylor? Yes. I mean, again, with Jonathan Taylor being limited, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, his number on Underdog Fantasy right now is like 44.5 rushing yards. The expectation is that he's not going to play that much today. He's going to get himself a good amount of work, but not that much. Okay, just have to ban that right there. Boom, get banned, Mr. NFL Week 5. Simply Difficult says, with the Herbert injury, is it worth dropping Lennon for Roshan Johnson? Yes, I think it is. If you have enough wide receiver depth, I believe it is. Steven says, I need a desperation play for a full PPR. Downs, Moss, or Woods. Just found out Barkley is out. I would probably, in a desperation play of the week, I'd likely just play Josh Downs there out of the group. Thanks, man. Jag Beats says, Elijah Mitchell just got dropped in my league. Do I pick him up? I have Moss, Eckler, Dillon, and Dalvin. I'd be willing to drop Dalvin Cook for him. That's fine by me. Flex start, JT Kamara or Lamb. I would end up playing Lamb out of the 3. Let's see here. Devin says, with why is Khalif Raymond so highly added on Sleeper? Because Amon-Ra St. Brown's not playing, and his backup receiver that plays primarily in the slot is Khalif Raymond. And he should have himself a pretty decent week today. Khalif Raymond or Josh Reynolds? I would probably still play Josh Reynolds there. Olave or Myers? I play Olave. Andrew in the chat was saying PPR pick 2. Kamara, Breece Hall, Kyren Williams. Kamara, Breece Hall, Kyren Williams. If I'm picking 2 of those 3, I play Kyren Williams and Kamara in a full PPR. Thanks, man. Mantis says 6 point per passing touchdown. Richardson or Love? I'd still play Richardson there. Encore says flex start. Rashee Rice or Jacoby Myers? It's Jacoby Myers by a long shot there. Thank you. Kamara or Williams? Probably. Oh, yeah, that's just Billy just answering for the thing. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Oh, goodness. What a wonderful morning, isn't it? We have football on the television. We love Sundays. Obviously, the Buffalo Bills got a little bit of momentum. Again, the fact that the Jacksonville Jaguars weren't able to at least get a field goal there, that's going to bite them. It certainly is. They could have gone up 7 points there. The fact that they got strip sack fumbled and lost the possession, it's going to really bite them. How teams play in the middle, or not in the middle. Let's say, for example, the final 5 minutes of the second quarter and the first 5 minutes of the second half, that is primarily what determines a lot of games. It really does. How you're able to close and how you're able to start in games makes a huge difference. And the fact that the Buffalo Bills at the end of the first half were able to go down and score, they make a huge stop. If they can come out and they get the ball to begin the second half, if they can come out and put together a great drive here, I mean, they should run away with this game. Marcus Parker, thank you very much, Marcus, says Mark Andrews or Chris Olave to start in my flex. Wow, okay. Who you playing at tight end? Laporta? Let's see here. Who do I have ranked higher in my rankings? So as of right now, of the available, I have, where do we have them? Okay. Yeah. I have Chris Olave ranked higher than Mark Andrews. Renesh says, yo, Brees or Ayuk? What's your scoring format? Considering you didn't mention it, and let's say it's a half PPR, I'd probably just play Brees there. Someone in my league dropped Tank Dell. Should I drop Quentin Johnston? Yes. Need Cook to go over 50 yards to finish my parlay. Yikes. Yeah, that's going to be... I think it's possible. I don't think it's impossible. I think it's definitely possible. The game is close. It's only a 4-point game. It's not going to be them, completely abandoning the running game. Are Dalvin Cook and Bigsby droppable? Yes, I believe they are. Big Taz says Swift and Achane, they're so closely ranked. Flex one option. Yeah, I mean, again, I have Achane ranked just slightly ahead of him because I do believe the matchup is a little bit more favorable in his overall position. So I'll take him against the Giants rather than Swift versus not the Cowboys, the Rams. Apologies. We had a question from Will Clapp. Thank you, Will. Appreciate it. Will Clapp. These names, man, you guys are getting... I mean, this is hilarious. PPR, Christian McCaffrey's my RB1. I need 2 running backs. Josh Jacobs, Monty, and Achane. I would play Jacobs, and I'd play Montgomery there. Thanks, man. If you want to play Achane, it would only be over Jacobs. I have to play Montgomery this week. So that's my only suggestion. I would play Jacobs and Montgomery as your other two, but if you want to play Achane, it would be over Jacobs. Let's see here. Got a nasty one. Dameon Pierce or George Pickens in the flex. I don't think this is a nasty one, Justa. I played Dameon Pierce there very confidently. As for George Pickens, last week, I mean, he dropped a touchdown. Clear as day. Over the middle of the field, late in that game. Could have had himself a receiving touchdown, dropped it. So it's not like he's not getting opportunity. It's just a matter of he's not really fantasy relevant often enough for us to, potentially trust him within a given week. Phil, thank you very much, Phil. Says 2 wide receivers in a flex. What do we have here, Phil? What do we got for you? Chase, Lamb, Nakua, Smith, and Waddle. Chase, Lamb, and Nakua are the 3 that I would suggest there, Phil. Thanks, man. Big Dog Pound 1. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Is that a Ric Flair picture, by the way? Morning says, Flex 2, PPR, Nico, Watson, Dell, Laporta. Got Hawkinson as my starting tight end already. Out of the group of players you have mentioned, let me see. I think I have Laporta in a PPR. Let me check. Laporta. Yeah, I don't. Okay. It was close, though. I have Christian Watson ranked higher than him, along with Nico Collins, but it would go Collins, Watson, Laporta, and Dell in that order. Thanks, man. It is really close, though, between Watson and Laporta in that scenario. Impact Games says, is McLaughlin worth stashing? Can I drop him to pick up and play Breida this week? Okay, let me see here. NFL week 5. I want to look at the schedule just to kind of be able to reference this question. So the Giants play right now. Yeah, my suggestion would be that if you need a running back to play between McLaughlin and Breida, considering we don't know if Javonte is going to play this afternoon, you probably just pick up Breida and you play him because we know that Saquon's out. Gucci Han, Louis Han says, Big Dog, why do we like Diop more than Dameon Pierce? Primarily because of the matchup against the Indianapolis Colts. Their secondary is awful, and the expectation is most likely a scenario in which they're throwing the ball for a lot of this game. On the other hand, even though Dameon Pierce gets his overall starting tackles back, I don't know if I can guarantee a high rushing yardage total in the given week, primarily because the Falcons defense is not a favorable matchup. So it's kind of just based on matchups in my mind. We had a question from William L. Thank you, William. 8-man league flex, Collins, Ayuk, Hall, Swift. I mean, at this point, if I'm starting one of these players, I probably end up just playing Swift out of the bunch. DeAndre's just been too good. All right, we had a couple more questions that came in. Chris R., thank you very much, says Dameon Pierce or Zay Flowers in the flex. In a half PPR, I'd rather play Dameon Pierce there. In a full PPR, it would be Zay Flowers. Vowed on film. Hope you're doing well. Long time OC. Says, I know you have defensive rankings, but struggling with how Yahoo has them matched. Chiefs are slated to have easier matchup than the 49ers, and Texans are slightly better than Chiefs. Who should I start? I mean, personally, out of those options, Vowed, I have the Texans number 1, the 49ers 2, and the Chiefs number 3. I don't know why y'all look. This is what I would. This is what I say to everyone, even my friends that play in my own league. Sometimes we'll be in a Discord call, and these guys will be like, Andrew, what the heck is X, Y, or Z player only projected 7 fantasy points this week? I'm like, listen, Yahoo Sleeper, they don't do projections well. There's a reason why their projections are not very accurate, right? There are weeks in which you'll be projected 130 and then you'll score 102 points and you're thinking, what just happened to me? Or you'll be projected 124 and you put up 174, right? Projections are just like an algorithm that they just have running. Objectively, I do believe that the best defensive play this week is Texans against Ritter. And that's what I would probably suggest going with there, Bout. Thank you. Goddard or Michael Wilson in the flex? Good question. If it's a full PPR, it's probably Michael Wilson. A half for standard, I with Goddard. Billy says, did I make the right decision picking up Ferguson over Michael Wilson for Freiermuth injury? Yeah, I mean, considering Freiermuth is probably going to be... I mean, look, Freiermuth's going to miss this week. They have a bye week next week, and then they probably hold him out for another week after which. So I think it's a good pickup to have that alternative option going forward for sure. Yeah, it's a picture of Ric Flair. Woo, yeah. Limousine riding, jet flying. The nature boy. All right, come on, Josh Allen. Let's put something together here, huh? He's throwing it 10 yards over the head of Gabe Davis. Thanks, man. Good job, Josh Allen. Thanks, buddy. Rashee Rice or Wan'Dale Robinson? Give me Rice there today. Thank you. Gus Edwards or McLaughlin? Again, considering I don't know if Javonte Williams is going to play, I probably just play Gus Edwards for now. Jonathan Evans said, Jonathan Evans in the chat was saying, I got one spot. Do I play Miles Sanders, Dalvin Cook, Cam Akers, or Jerry Jeudy? I'd play Jerry Jeudy there. Thanks, man. Okay. So far, so good. There's about 531 of us in here. If you guys haven't yet already, do me a solid and click the like button. It'd be greatly appreciated. Continuing to support the channel in that regard. Thank you very much. Outside of that, let me go ahead. Let me check something out real quick here. All right, cool. Good to go. All right, couple more questions here. Leo Benjamin says, oh, okay, not even a question. Just says, thank you. Goat blessings. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Benjamin says, okay, Benjamin, take it easy. Listen, there's a lot of game left, okay? Just give him a shot. Sit one running back, says Marco. Swift, Mixon, Achane, or Brees. If I'm sitting one of these 4 potential options, I probably sit Mixon there. Rather play the rest. Receivers have gone off against the Steelers. Zay Flowers, pop game? Yeah, it should be. I'm hoping for that to be the case. The thing about Zay Flowers this season is like he's been highly targeted, but he doesn't score a lot of fantasy points because the yardage totals haven't been incredible, and neither, he's not found the end zone either. So for now, we're hoping for a pop-off game, but it's nothing that's guaranteed. Eric says, Andrew, which defense do you feel is the strongest? Detroit at home, Texans at Atlanta, or the Jets versus Denver? Yeah, it's for sure the Detroit Lions at home against Carolina. Every single team that is defensively played against the Carolina Panthers have had themselves incredible fantasy weeks. Let me find in specific the point totals just so that we have a reference point. So thus far this season, teams against the Carolina Panthers. Let's see here. Okay, specifically teams against what's his name? Bryce Young. 12.0 fantasy points from the Falcons, 7.0 from the New Orleans Saints, 17.0 from the Minnesota Vikings. So I'm anticipating the Detroit Lions, who have been a defense who over the course of the last 2 games have put up 16 and 10 and 9 points in week 1 against the defending champs, to probably have themselves a pretty exciting game within the week. So I would suggest playing Detroit out of the bunch. Thanks, man. All right, let's see here. I'll probably go over kicker and defensive rankings in a couple minutes, probably at 8:30 p.m. a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Let's see here. Jonathan Taylor or Najee Harris? I'd probably still play Jonathan Taylor. I don't know if I could trust Najee. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. Jake says, do I play 3 Rams this week? I have Kupp, Nakua. Do I start Kyron Williams with my running back or Pacheco? I'm willing to start 3 Rams, but you're asking the wrong guy. I have them all ranked higher than Pacheco, and I'm a Rams fan, right? So, like, it's a double whammy. Rockout says, dumb question. McLaughlin over Javonte Williams if both play? No, I wouldn't. If Javonte's active, that's why I have him ranked higher on screen. Because I have Javonte at number 23 and McLaughlin at 32. I think they'll both be utilized, but I do believe that Javonte, if active, would be the primary back. Let's see here. Jay says, standard PPR, Achane or Kyron Williams. I would play Achane there. And Puka, Ayuk, Pittman, Jacoby, pick 2. I would play Puka and I'd play Ayuk there. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. Go to pizza toppings. I mean, put anything on a pizza, it'll taste good. I don't know about anything. I mean, I'm not. You guys, what movie is that, man? Peanut butter and gumballs on a pizza. What movie is that? I think it's an Adam Sandler movie. Is that Mr. Deeds? Is that Mr. Deeds where he's working in a pizza shop? I think that's what it is, right? Someone can correct me on that. That's a good one. Salutations, says Justin. Do I play Dell or Miles Sanders? I would probably play Dell. Dohan says, start Breece Hall or Jonathan Taylor. I'll play Breece Hall this week. Full PPR, who should I flex? Michael Wilson, Jaleel McLaughlin, if Williams doesn't play, or Darren Waller. In that scenario, FRS, I would play Jaleel McLaughlin if Javonte Williams is inactive. Let's see here. Okay, Vowed on Film came back and said, thoughts on Claypool joining the Finns? Worth a stash? No, I wouldn't stash him. Primarily because there are already so many mouths to feed in that offense. I'm of the opinion that it would be tough for Chase Claypool to get a streamlined volume of opportunity to the point to where he would be fantasy relevant. There are going to be games this year where he can score a touchdown because of how effective this offense is. But I don't think that he's going to vie for enough opportunity to be an option to where I can trust. Batty says pineapple. I would eat pineapple on a pizza. I don't have a problem with that. I have no problem with that at all. I know that some people think that's sacrilegious. Listen, look at me. You think you think I care about what's on a pizza? I'm going to eat the pizza regardless. I mean, what are we talking about here, right? Ash says, good morning, Andrew. Can I start Dobbs with full confidence over Stafford or Goff this week? I see you have him higher ranked. Yeah, look, here's my primary thought process. Goff doesn't have Jahmyr Gibbs or Amon-Ra St. Brown, and on top of that, additionally, has Jameson Williams limited. So Goff is obviously significantly lower ranked because of that. Matthew Stafford does get cut back, but he also has one of his starting offensive linemen out, and it's a 4-point per passing touchdown league, which I'm assuming is the case. So with that being the case, and considering how well Joshua Dobbs has played each of the last 2 weeks against Dallas and San Francisco, he's had 40-plus rushing yards in each of the last 3 games. The anticipation is probably Joshua Dobbs getting himself over 225, 50 passing yards, getting himself at least 1 to 2 passing touchdowns, getting himself, touchdowns worth of rushing yardage, maybe even scoring a rushing touchdown. He has the higher overall upside within the given week based on the scoring format itself and his rushing upside, obviously leading that charge. Kevin Effect says full PPR London or Khalif Raymond. I would still probably play London there. Bale Kim says keep up the work. In-N-Out Five Guys or Shake Shack. I don't think I've had Shake Shack or Five Guys. I've never had either of those. So In-N-Out is the only one that I've actually had. I mean, I'm a California kid, right? So that's the thing. That's the thing that we're exposed to early and often. Alrighty, so the Buffalo Bills were able to do nothing. And here come the Jacksonville Jaguars, who will probably do nothing. And it'll be a boring game, and we'll all cry. Barbecue chicken pizza is bomb. I mean, listen, man. Again, there's very little things you can put on a pizza that is going to, steer me away. Let's hear Debo Samuel, Rice, or Sutton. Jake, I'm going to end up playing Debo there. Thanks, man. Ash in the chat was saying, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. No problem. Ann says, should I start Ramondre Stevenson or Christian Watson in the PPR? I would play Christian Watson this week. Thank you. Broken Tooth 02 says, do I trade Miles Sanders and Pickens for Flowers and Ridley? Yes, you should. Dan Young says, okay, yep, that's not a bad idea. Let's see here. Should I trade Nico Collins? How far should I give him? Okay, so this is my suggestion. Shannon, there was a video I posted yesterday, rest of season rankings for the 2023 season. I have top 36, top 45, top 36 running backs, top 45 wide receivers, top 18 quarterbacks and tight ends. So if you're looking to potentially pivot out of Nico Collins, go look at the rest of season rankings at the wide receiver position and or the running back position to determine kind of what scale of running back or players specifically you should be kind of going after. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Ridley's hurt? Oh, no, he's not. Please don't say that. Not like this. I mean, if you get hit like that, I mean, Poyer tried to take his head off, man. Poyer actually tried to take his head off. Look at that. That was one of the most unathletic spin moves I've ever seen, but my goodness, that went off well. Hollywood Brown or Nico Collins, says Lil Leroy. I would play Nico there. I think they're both great plays, but I'll take Nico for now. Kyron doesn't have the best O-line. Yeah, that's for sure. You're not wrong, Sunflower. Yet they continue to move the ball down the field and give him a lot of opportunities in the red zone. That's why he's such a valuable prospect. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Andrew has a kicker question. Says, starting Moody or Riley Patterson? I have Moody ranked higher. In around, actually probably in a minute here, I'll go over my kicker and defensive rankings. So let's go ahead and do that right now. ETN eating, yeah. Had himself a big run there. We love it. Before I get to the kicker and defensive rankings, Gabriel Martin sent in a question. Thank you very much, Gabriel. Need a flex between Javonte Williams, Tank Dell, Cortland Sutton, Michael Thomas. I'd probably play Cortland Sutton out of the group. Thanks, man. Let's see here. Should I start Mostert, Christian Watson, or Breece Hall in the flex this week? Out of those three options, I would probably end up playing Breece Hall. Miami or Kansas City defense today? I would suggest playing Miami. How do we feel about Jacoby Myers today? As long as Jimmy Garoppolo is playing, and by the way, Myers plays tomorrow. But yeah, as long as Jimmy Garoppolo is playing, he should be a great play. Matthew 1031. Matthew, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Says, good morning, Andrew. Full PPR start Stevenson or JT? Thanks, man. Yeah, at this point, considering the reports were that Jonathan Taylor is going to be limited, I'm expecting him probably to play like 40% of the snaps at best and probably be given like maybe 10 rushing attempts. If he's able to do the most with those attempts, he could technically be more valuable than Stevenson, but considering I don't expect super high upside out of those overall opportunities, I'll just stick with Stevenson for now. Jordan Green says, I traded Tank Dell for ETN. How did you do that? You have a silver tongue, huh, Jordan? I mean, I don't know how you ended up doing that, but yeah, congratulations. That is a ridiculous steal of an option. Also, defensive rankings today. Yeah, let's go over them right now. Alrighty, top 12 defenses and kickers for week 5 of the 2023 fantasy football season. While I read these out, if you guys haven't yet already, do me a solid, click the like button down below. Certainly helps out the channel a bunch. Beginning with our number 1, we have the Detroit Lions. Number 2, Miami Dolphins. 3, we have the Baltimore Ravens. Number 4, Houston Texans. Number 5, New Orleans Saints. 6, San Francisco 49ers. 7, New York Jets. 8, Dallas Cowboys. 9, New England Patriots. 10, Arizona Cardinals. 11, Cincinnati Bengals. And 12, Tennessee Titans. Moving on to our top 12 kickers. We have number 1, Jake Elliott. Number 2, Brandon Aubrey. Number 3, Brett Maher. Number 4, Jake Moody. Number 5, Kaimi Fairbairn. Number 6, Nick Folk. 7, Harrison Butker. 8, Jason Sanders. 9, Justin Tucker. 10 is Eddie Pinheiro. 11 is Riley Patterson. And 12 is Greg Joseph. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Let me just close out a couple of these extra tabs that I had open for no apparent reason. Actually, I did have them open for a reason, but now we don't require their services. Let's see here. Could we get Josh Allen to score some points today? Like, is that even possible? Are they actually punting? Wait, I thought he had a huge run down the sideline. Did they call that back? Let me go check. Let's see here. Travis Etienne, 31-yard gain. And they still end up punting at the end of this drive? Yo, what are we doing? All right, anyway, getting back to answering questions. We had a question that came in from Boxer Card Production. It says, Robert Woods, Wan'Dale Robinson, DJ Chark, Brandon Cooks, Rashid, I'm assuming that's Shaheed, or Matt Breida. Flex full PPR. If I'm playing one of those options, it's Matt Breida. Also, do you think Dobbs would really be better than Dak and Joe Burrow? Yes. Look, Joe Burrow, we don't even know if he's healthy. So that's already difficult. Dak has to take on the 49ers, which I don't trust him enough to be able to confidently say, yes, he's going to be a great play there. So why not just take on Joshua Dobbs, who's played against Dallas, who's played against San Francisco, now has an opportunity of taking on the Cincinnati Bengals defense at home. Yeah, I think Dobbs is certainly the better option of the bunch. Bilbo Baggins in the chat says, gut feeling, pick up and play Spears from the waivers or play McLaughlin. I need upside after DJ Moore. It depends. When do the Titans play? So the Titans play in about an hour and a half, and they play before we'll know that Javonte is active or not. So yeah, you probably just pick up Spears and play him because we won't know. It's a flag fest. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Gibbs officially inactive. Good to know because I need to put him on my IR spot. Here we go. I've been waiting all day for this guy to... Is he officially inactive? Because on ESPN, he's not yet. Let's see here. Thanks, Andrew. I appreciate that, Shannon. Thank you. Daniel says, wait to see all... Yeah, I don't want to see the flags. That's as bad as it gets, man. I don't want to see the flags. Why does it have Jahmyr Gibbs still as, like, doubtful? Come on, man. ESPN's lagging over here. They need to hurry up. That's ridiculous. Come on, ESPN. All right, let's see here. Michael Wilson or Darren Waller in the flex? Luis, I would end up playing Michael Wilson there. Gabe Davis and Amon-Ra officially inactive. Yeah, but ESPN's so slow, man. That's why I hate playing on ESPN. That's why I never do. I either play on Sleeper or Yahoo, or, like, it's just, there's no point of doing it elsewhere. Calvin Ridley will return Sunday. Okay, cool. I guess he cleared concussion protocol, I guess. Where was ETN in your OG rankings? Let me see. ETN was number 10 in my OG rankings. So I had ETN at 10. I had James Cook at 14. Diggs at 13. Christian Kirk at 19. Calvin Ridley at 21. Zay Jones at 35. Gabe Davis at 26. Evan Ingram was pretty high. Evan Ingram was 5. Kincaid was 14. Josh Allen at 2. And Trevor Lawrence at 10. That was the OG. Now we're up to date. We're good to go. Howard says, good morning, Andrew. I need 2 flexes. Collins, Flowers, Mostert. Collins, Flowers, and Mostert. I would probably end up suggesting in a half PPR playing Collins with Mostert there. The highest touchdown upside is between those two. Patriots or Lions defense? I prefer the Lions this week against Bryce Young. Thank you. Can I get an update from ESPN? Like, this app is just terrible. Come on, man. Gus Edwards or JT today? Of the two, I would probably feel comfortable playing Jonathan Taylor. If you are worried about the limited nature of his utilization, then just play Gus Edwards and just keep it rolling. We're good. All right, let's see here. We had a question: Lamar Jackson or Richardson? Addy. I mean, I do like them both. They're both great plays. Again, I have rankings on screen right here to the right of me. I have Lamar at 3 and I have Anthony Richardson at 4, so that's what I would suggest. Again, for those of you guys who are looking for interpositional rankings, they're on screen. For those of you guys who have gone ahead and used promo code Andrew via Underdog Fantasy since the beginning of August, so August 1st till now, as of last night, midnight, for those of you guys who have used code Andrew and made a first-time deposit minimum of $10, you'll have rankings already sent to your email. Check your spam folder if you haven't yet already. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see here. If Javonte is out, do I start McLaughlin or Rashee Rice? I play McLaughlin for sure. Let's see. Half PPR, 3 flexes. Collins. You have... Howard, do you mean 2? I think we answered that question already, though, Howard. Didn't we? Gabe Davis says Butterfingers. Did he really drop a pass? I mean, are we surprised? Gabe Davis needs a touchdown to be relevant. That's how he works. So I don't know if we should be surprised if Gabe Davis has a, you know, underwhelming performance. Man, ESPN is so slow to update their designations. It is pissing me off. Chase McGraw, thank you very much, Chase. I appreciate it. I have T. Higgins, Gibbs, and Saquon all out, which we haven't been ruled out yet. So can't move anybody into my R slot to pick up. Yeah, welcome to my nightmare. Join us. It's very uncomfortable in this reality. Let's see here. Phil says Breece Hall, Aaron Jones, or JT. I'd probably end up playing Breece and Aaron Jones there, just like it says in my rankings. Thanks, man. Let's see here. Yeah, Howard. Out of those three, yeah, in a half PPR, it's Mostert and Collins there. Thanks, man. St. Brown, Gibbs, Saquon is inactive. Yeah, we know, Daniel. We know. It's just the ESPN app is killing us. Christopher says, appreciate all the hard work that you do, brother. Can you see how long one has been riding with you? Just curious because I know I've been here since less than 10K subs. Okay, Christopher, I can check actually. Let me see if I can actually find it though. So usually it won't. Actually, let me check. I don't want to say 100% sure it won't. Okay, here we go. I'll tell you exactly the first time you ever commented on a video. Yeah. So you've been here since. You've probably been here since earlier, but your first comment was on a video that was posted, my goodness, a long time ago, 2020 off season. So you've been here for a while, to say the least. Thank you for. I appreciate that, man. I mean, the support is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Let's see here. Half PPR, Aaron Jones or Nico Collins? Good question. I'd probably end up playing Nico just to avoid any risk of Aaron Jones tomorrow. AJ says, do I drop Burrow and cop Stafford? I have Puka Nacua. Do you drop Burrow? I don't know if you drop Burrow because I prefer Burrow rest of season. But in the given week, if you're just, looking for hey, I need to win, I do prefer Stafford over Burrow for sure today. Thank you. Yeah, let me actually go find this real quick. So the first video you ever commented on, Christopher, was, my goodness, I'll tell you the exact date. Holy moly. This is so long ago. It has been so long. Holy moly. Where is that video? That video came out August 3rd, 2020. The beginning of 20. Wow. What a year. What a year, huh? What a journey. Appreciate that. All right. We had a question that came in from Corey Olson. Call me crazy. Keep Montgomery, trade away Barkley. Keep them both. If you're going to trade away Barkley, that's fine. But just get enough back in return. Just get enough in return to justify it. All right. So my ESPN app doesn't want an update. So that's cool. Oh, they finally updated. Okay, here we go. Let's edit lineup. Let's move Gibbs to my injured reserve spot. Boom. Awesome. And then we're good to go. Now I can go pick up somebody else that might have a pop-off week so that I don't have to utilize a waiver priority on them. Let's see here. Jaleel McLaughlin, Keaton Mitchell, outlook. Are they going to be fantasy relevant soon? Time will tell. I would say most likely not for either. Will you start JT over Kyron Williams? No, I'll look again. Dolphin, or is it Dolphland? The rankings that are on screen are what I would do today. So Jonathan Taylor is ranked at 19, and Kyron Williams is ranked at 9. So I would play Kyron Williams ahead of him. Thanks, man. Let's see here. Okay, let me go ahead and I need to go pick up a couple sneaky options here in this league. So let me go ahead and do that really quickly. All right, let's see. Actually, maybe I can just do it from my computer. I don't have to do it on the app anymore. You know what's funny? The ESPN app doesn't let me, or sorry, the ESPN website doesn't let me put players in the injured reserve. I have to do it on my phone. Can you imagine? ESPN is such a disappointment of an app. My goodness. Never again. Never again. All right, let's see here. Boom. Let's do this. Done. Okay, we're good to go. That's settled. And we got to make sure everything else is good to go in that regard. Stephon Diggs having himself a day, huh? They're moving the ball. I don't even have to watch the game. I just look at my fantasy points rising just slowly. Okay, back to answering questions. Again, for those of you who are joining us this morning, if you haven't yet already, do me a solid and click the like button. Greatly appreciate it. Do you think Montgomery will surpass 19 rushing attempts? I would venture to say that that's a very likely outcome. Yeah. I think it's a relatively likely outcome. Can I guarantee it? No, but I think it's definitely in the realm of possibility, primarily because of obviously, of course, the way that they utilized them last week and the fact that they take on Carolina and they have two of their receiving options out. Tyler, Tyler, you good, man? Tyler, he's at number 3, man. Where are you at, bro? Nathan J sends in a question. Thank you very much, Nathan. I appreciate that. Says, hey, Andrew, I got Pierce, Aaron Jones, Breece Hall, Stevenson, and TJ Hawkinson at my tight end. Okay. Half PPR. All of my guys are there. Okay, interesting. So you have Pierce, Aaron Jones, Breece Hall, Stevenson. Of all my guys, is there any you would bench for Sam Laporta in the flex? In a half PPR scoring format? Let me check. Do I have Laporta over Stevenson? I actually might. I do. I have Sam Laporta over Ramondre Stevenson today. So I would play him over Stevenson. Thanks, man. Appreciate the question and the donation. AJ says, I have Herbert as my other QB, 2 max QBs. So then, okay. I mean, at that point, yeah, you can make the swap. You can drop off Burrow and go get thing today. Matthew Stafford. Thanks, man. Let's see here. With Cup back, Atwell, just a no-go. I don't think he's a no-go. In my overall rankings right now, of the remaining wide receivers in a half PPR, so like of the people that you do not see on, okay, so like after the people that you see on screen, Atwell is the next highest ranked player. So just putting that into perspective, he just barely was outside of the top 36. He's right after Nick Westbrook Ikine for me. So for now, he's not a no-go. He's just a lesser option because of Cup's return. I have Josh Allen. Should I trade Hill for Diggs? No. I think Hill has higher upside going forward. If you want to make the trade, you can. I don't think Diggs outscores Hill rest of the season. Lamar Jackson over 203 passing yards. I think that's a very difficult number to potentially see out. Yeah. Look, here's the thing. Lamar Jackson's not going to throw that much. And if and when he does, the yardage gains are not incredible. So very rarely does he throw for a lot of yards. So I wouldn't be very confident regarding that one. Sam Laporta or Aaron Jones in the flex. Let me see what I have in my half PPR. Laporta sits currently at... No, I have Aaron Jones ahead of him still. 2 spots ahead of him, in fact. Harry Hippo says, I remember watching during 2019, 2020. Don't know if it was this account, but I remember having to deal with James Conner injuries every week. Yeah, it's rough. Jonathan says, defensive injuries. Yeah, we'll get to defensive injuries in about 4 minutes. Or not injuries, defensive rankings. Apologies. I saw injuries with James Conner. And yeah, the verbiage got kind of crisscrossed there. Let's see here. We had a question from Jaden Oliver. Thank you, Jaden. Reynolds, Ramondre, Sutton, Judy, Sanders, half PPR. Let me see if I have any of those options ranked higher than Ramondre. I don't think I will, but let me just cross-reference Ramondre Stevenson. That's not the way. Right here. Ramondre is ahead of the bunch. Yeah, he's higher than the entire cast. Thank you. James Cook letting me down. Yeah, he's letting us all down. Not just you, Benjamin. It's all of us, baby. It's all of us. We're all suffering in a family joint event here on a beautiful Sunday morning for the 2023 fantasy football season. It's interesting. The Bills still in our poll, only have a 63. Man, you guys have really kind of fallen off the Bills train here. Man, the Bills are going to win this game. That's for sure. Let's see here. Colts or San Francisco defense? Jonathan, I prefer San Francisco. Luke Farrell says, is Wando Robinson worth playing now that Barkley is out? I'm deciding to flex him or Sanders in a full PPR, or should I just play Sanders and Breida? I have Sanders ranked higher. Am I confident about it? Not to a super high extent, but I probably still end up playing Sanders there. It's kind of hard not to. Someone in the Discord just asked, or this is Antoine. Antoine, I don't know if you're in here watching the live stream. He said Josh Reynolds or Tutu Atwell. I'll take Josh Reynolds there. Chris Olave officially active Sunday despite favoring ankle during pregame warmups. What does that even mean? The dude busted his ankle during warmups? That does not sound like fun. Corey Olson says trade Barkley or Montgomery for Hurts. No. Keep the running back depth. Traded Mixon for London. Sorry, traded Mixon and London for Diggs. I'm okay with that, Nathan. Laporta or Warren? Give me Laporta there. Devin. Algier or Justice Hill? Algier. Zachary says start Javonte Williams or either Packers wide receiver. Either Packers wide receiver. I'll take Watson and Dobbs over Javonte. Let's see here. Ross Timmons, thank you very much, Ross, says Dolphins defense or Cowboys? I'll take Dolphins today. Again, the Giants have 3 of their starting offensive linemen out today, and they don't have Barkley, and they will be in shambles for the majority of the day. Let's see here. Darren says Gus Edwards or Matt Breida. I'll take Gus Edwards in a half PPR. I'll take Matt Breida in a full PPR. Thank you. Man, the fact that this game is just as low scoring as it is so just, I mean, what a terrible, I mean, gosh. Can we get some scoring? Like, I don't care who wins. Just score points. And there's the check down king himself. Thanks. Thanks, Lawrence. Moving on. We had DeAndrick said, my question in a full PPR is Chase, Watson, Ayuk, Olave, picking 3. Also, okay, so this is what I'm going to do really quickly. Considering Olave is quote-unquote favoring his ankle, I'm going to move him down in my rankings. So I'm going to do that right now. To answer your question in specific, though, I wouldn't play Olave out of the 3 that you have there, DeAndrick. So let me go ahead and let me adjust these rankings just really quickly. So what I want to do is I want to move Chris Olave way further down. If you're favoring your ankle in pregame warmups, I'd venture to say that you're not as a reliable option than you probably should be. I'm not going to say that he's completely like not a, you know, I'm not going to say that he's completely cooked today, but it definitely doesn't help. Let's do this for now. This is kind of off the cuff. I don't know if I can man, I don't want to overreact to it either. Let me look at the injury report really quickly. Was he bugging with his ankle this whole week? No, he literally just got hurt during pregame warmups. They're going to tape him up. He'll be fine. I'm going to move him down my rankings just slightly, but not to the point to where I'm like overreacting to it. Okay. Appreciate it. Let me go ahead. Let me go to Photoshop real quick here. Just got to update all of the rankings. And then after I do so, we should be good to go. Just going to update all of these really quickly. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. For those of you who are joining us, again, I'm updating rankings just so that we're all on the same page as to what we're doing today. After which I update my rankings, you'll see that transition on screen. And then we should be good to go for the remainder of the live stream. I will be mentioning my top 12 kickers and defenses in just a moment for week 5 of the 2023 fantasy football season. Just want to go ahead and get all of the updated rankings available so that we are all on the same page. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Perfect. File, save as, copy. We need it to be a JPEG file. And I need it to be this one. Save. Yes. Okay, so as you can see on screen, the ranking should be up to date as of Chris Olave moving down pretty significantly because of him sustaining a little bit of an ankle tweak prior to the game. I don't think it's to the point to where I'm not starting him, but I'm definitely preferring other alternative options because I am concerned. Like, you know, you got to have a healthy ankle if you want to play wide receiver in the league. You got to have a healthy ankle to play any position in the league, much as wide receiver. But yeah, just taking that into account. Do we know if the Olave thing is 100% accurate? I mean, I would be hesitant to expect them to report it unless it was actually something that was legitimate. Why Ertz over Higbee? Matchup, target opportunity, and yeah, that's basically it. Better matchup, and Zach Ertz doesn't have to compete for, you know, trying to get all the remaining targets that'll eventually go to Kyron Williams, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, Tutu Atwell. In comparison, as probably the number 2 or 3 option of his offense against Cincinnati, who's gotten torched by tight ends all season long, it's a great play. We had a couple super chats sent in my direction. Thank you very much. 7B says, I have Jacobs, David Montgomery, and as my running backs. I have Adams and Nacua as my wide receivers. I have Achane in the flex. Great looking team. My bench consists of Garrett Wilson, JT, Pittman, Kamara, Myers, and Nico Collins. Any changes to make? No, I wouldn't make. Oh, let me see here. Achane. No, I wouldn't make any changes. I would leave it as such. Thank you, 7. Tanner Span says, full PPR, Aaron Jones, Mostert, or Nico Collins. Probably Nico out of the 3. Thank you. Devin Gutierrez says, should I start DeAndre Swift or Devon Achane? I'd prefer Achane at the moment. Easier matchup. Probably similar level of opportunity in the given week. Another catch from Calvin Ridley. We love to see it. What is Calvin Ridley looking like today? What's his stat box? Let's see here. Calvin Ridley, 5 catches for 70. Not a bad week so far. Not bad. Not bad. We'll take that. All 3 receivers are pretty decent so far for the Jaguars, which we love to see. But on the other end, man, I don't know what... Josh Allen's got to wake up. The running game is non-existent. James Cook is -2 rushing yards. Oh, my goodness. What a... I mean, hey, look, here's the reality situation. The Jacksonville Jaguars matchup is hard, but I didn't think it would be this difficult for them to move the ball on the ground. That's crazy. Let's see here. What site do you use to stream games? I don't stream. Well, the primary one I'm using right now is I'm just tapping into my NFL Network. Like, I have NFL Network, so I have that on my phone, and I'm just watching off my phone. But in regards to where do I watch my games, I watch it on YouTube. I bought the NFL Sunday ticket via YouTube, so that's good to go. Hector Reyes says, I need a flex, full PPR. I have Mostert, Taylor, Madison, and Zay Flowers. Out of that group, I'd probably play Mostert or Flowers. Probably Mostert ahead of him, just slightly. Jordan Addison or Rashee Rice. I'd play Jordan Addison there. Thank you. Buffalo still jet lagged? Yeah, probably. Let's see here. Full PPR, Jaleel if Javonte is out or Khalif Raymond. Considering we don't know if we're going to have Javonte out until this afternoon, we probably just play Khalif Raymond there. Let's see here. Tanner Span says full PPR, Mostert or Aaron Jones at my running back. I'd probably end up playing Aaron Jones there. If you want to play Mostert, you can, just to avoid the risk of Aaron Jones potentially being limited tomorrow, but I think he'll be at a full capacity. I'm not too worried about it. Shane says, hey, Andrew, do you think Debo's injury is a tough matchup? I play Pittman over him. I don't think it's a tough matchup per se, and Debo wasn't on the injury report this week, so he's not injured anymore based on that designation, and they legally have to announce all the injuries overall, so at this point, I would still play Debo ahead of him. Thanks, man. Appreciate the question. Goodfella 7272 says red zone is where it's at. You know, that's for sure. I have an NFL red zone. I have NFL Network. I got anything NFL related. I got it. Algier or Justice Hill. Andrew, I think I mentioned this earlier. I'd go with Algier this week. Breida or Zach Ertz in a full PPR? Give me Ertz. Are we starting Breida over Najee Harris? Yes, I would. I see him ahead of Najee Harris. Yeah, I mean, I have no reason to believe that Najee Harris against Baltimore would be an incredible play. I just don't trust it. We had a question that came in from JF0519, says full PPR Jaleel or Josh Reynolds. I just play Josh Reynolds. I don't know if Javonte is going to be active, so for now we'll just go with Josh Reynolds. German Primetime says pick 2 PPR, Breida, Stevenson, Judy, Jaleel. Out of that group, I'd probably end up playing Stevenson and Judy. Thank you. Okay, defensive rankings. Yes, let's do them right now. All right, here we go. So, defensive rankings. Number 1, Detroit Lions. Number 2, Miami Dolphins. Number 3, Baltimore Ravens. 4 is the New Orleans. Sorry. From the top. Detroit Lions are number 1. Miami Dolphins are number 2. Baltimore Ravens are number 3. Houston Texans are number 4. New Orleans Saints are 5. San Francisco 49ers are 6. Jets are 7. Cowboys are 8. Patriots are 9. Cardinals are 10. Bengals are 11. And Titans are 12. Moving on to kickers. Number 1 is Jake Elliott. Number 2 is Brandon Aubrey. 3 is Brett Maher. 4 is Jake Moody. 5 is Kaimi Fairbairn. 6 is Nick Folk. 7 is Harrison Butker. 8 is Jason Sanders. 9 is Justin Tucker. 10 is Eddie Pinheiro. 11 is Riley Patterson. And 12 is Greg Joseph. Dude, it's the beginning of the fourth quarter and the Bills have 7 points scored. Pain. Just pain. Suffering. That's all I live with right now. Cody Shannon says Puka Nacua or DeAndre Swift in the flex full PPR. I'm fairly certain I have Puka Nacua ranked higher. Let me just confirm. I have Puka Nacua there. Yes, I have Puka Nacua ranked higher in a full PPR. Thank you. Are we optimistic about QJ after the bye? Quentin Johnston? I think he's still going to be the number 3 option. Actually, number 3 wide receiver, number 4 option in the offense. It'll go Keenan Allen at number 1. It'll go Eckler number 2, Josh Palmer 3, and then Quentin Johnston 4. What are your thoughts about Wan'Dale Robinson as a wide receiver? He was limited all week with an injury. He should be decent, but again, he doesn't play enough snaps for me to be confident about him being a super upside play, considering Paris Campbell is the primary slot receiver of that offense. Kittle, Judy, or Reed? I would probably end up playing Judy out of those. Sag. Let's see here. We had a question. Let me scroll down. Justin says, good morning, Andrew. Good morning. Hope you're doing well, Justin. Thank you. Devin Snow says, Jalen Warren or Laporta? Give me Laporta there. Thank you. Pick 1 full PPR, says Marquise Rice. Says Javonte Williams, Gus Edwards, Breida, or J-Mo. Out of those 4 options, considering, let me see. Do we have the Giants playing in the afternoon slate? Let me check. The Giants play in the no, they play in the morning. So at this point, I probably just end up playing Matt Breida, considering the full PPR format. Did Lawrence fumble again in the red zone? That's the second time today. How are we doing this? How are we fumbling in the red zone on multiple occasions? You're going to throw the game. They're leaving so many points on the table. That's ridiculous. Might as well just start kicking field goals as soon as they get there. Can someone please help? Okay, let's hear. This is Brandon's question in the chat. Who do I drop to make room for Kupp? McLaughlin or Dotson? I would end up dropping Dotson. Thank you. Fasty says T-Law needs to rejoin I don't even know what you're on about. Okay, Phil says staying in London has its advantages, I guess, for the Jags. Does it, though? I mean, it's a very slight advantage if one at any. Let's see here. Aiden B says full PPR, Christian Watson, Zay Flowers, Dameon Pierce. I'll take Christian Watson out of the bunch there, Aiden. Thanks, man. Matt Campbell in the chat said in a half PPR scoring format. Passing first down. Sorry, half point per passing first down. Marvin Jones or Zach Wilson? No, that's Mac Jones. Apologies. Mac Jones or Zach Wilson? Give me Zach Wilson. Yeah. Give me Zach Wilson. Mac Jones, I don't really trust, especially against New Orleans defense. Let's see here. Rest of season, Grex Gaming. What does it say? Tank Dell, Zay Flowers, or Christian Kirk? I mean, at this point, And I think it's very, I mean, I had it in my yesterday's rest of season rankings video. If you haven't checked it out there, Grex, it's Christian Kirk out of the bunch there. Andrew, why is Terry so scary to start this year? Because of Sam Howell. The unfortunate nature of that offense is they let too many wide receivers play. Like legitimately, they have a huge rotation of wide receivers to the extent to where it's actually hurting Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin in the last 5 games here has not played anywhere near 90%, or he's played close to, but as of late, 74, 81, 81, 83% of the offensive snaps. I mean, when there are guys like Jamison Crowder, Byron Pringle, and Diami Brown catching passes every single week for that offense, like it's gonna hurt. And unfortunately, that is the reality. They have too many pieces that they're feeding the ball to. Let's see here. Gus Edwards or Dallas Goedert in a full PPR. Bob's Burgers. I'd probably end up just playing Gus Edwards there and hoping for touchdown upside. Mac Jones about to be out of a job to Bailey Zappi. Yeah, maybe. You never know. But here's the thing. Bailey Zappi did not play well either yet last week. So I think Mac Jones will be fine. Collins or Pittman? I'll take Collins this week. Sam Howell threw for almost 300 yards, and Scary Terry had 2 targets. Yeah, I know. There's too many other wide receivers in the rotation. It's tough. It's really tough. Let's see here. Okay, cool. Waller or Breida in a half EPR? I'd probably end up still playing Breida there. I don't trust Darren Waller at all. Full PPR, Marquise Hollywood Brown or Madison? Whose question is that? That is Crito. I'd play Marquise Hollywood Brown there. Thanks, man. All right, guys. Before we continue, if you guys can do me a favor, we need 12 more likes to surpass 500. That would be greatly appreciated. If you guys can do me a solid, click the like button and send that in my direction and just barely surpass 500, that'd be greatly appreciated. If we can surpass 500 and keep going towards 600, that'd be even better. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Crypto Dread says Jonathan Taylor, Jordan Addison, or Gibbs. Gibbs is out. Between Jonathan Taylor and Jordan Addison in a full PPR, I probably would just play Jordan Addison and just hope for the upside shootout of a game, which we're all anticipating. Olave injured. The expectation of Olave kind of has been reduced. I moved him down in my rankings overall. Did he just throw a pick? Oh my God, come on, man. How is Stephon Diggs getting bodied that way, man? This game is so ridiculously annoying. How are we only scoring 18 points between 2 good teams? My goodness. Okay, anyway. Actually, I'm curious. What was the total point from Vegas on this game? Let me look this up real quick. Because it's got to be so low in comparison to where it was. Let's see here. Total. This game's total was 48.5 points. Wow. I mean, the Jaguars have left 20, I don't know about 20 points, but at least 14 points in the red zone on their turnovers. As for the Olave injured question, he did tweak his ankle in warmups, so I moved him down my rankings considerably. Man, how is this guy throwing picks, man? I mean, I don't really blame Stephon Diggs for that, but my goodness, like Josh Allen, you're trying to bail your team out. All you need to do is just put together one good drive. You don't need to try to make a hero play. Anyway, Devontae Parker or Samaje Perine, says Marsh. I would play Devontae Parker there. Tutu Atwell or Michael Wilson, says Big Daddy. I'll play Michael Wilson. Pick 2, says JP. Jaleel, Perine, Chuba, Tajay, or Gainwell. I'll play Jaleel Herbert. Wow. Jaleel McLaughlin. I almost said, yeah. And I'll play Tajay Spears there. Let's see here. Moby1 says, this is why I never start London players. I mean, listen, sometimes you never have a choice. Like if you have Stephon Diggs, you're playing him, right? You can't say you never play London players, right? Because Stephon Diggs has 19 fantasy points and a half PPR. So it's not like everyone's playing badly. It's just generally these games are underwhelming. And I agree, they're underwhelming, but you don't have a choice sometimes. All right, we had a couple questions that were sent in via Super Chat. Do appreciate those. Let me go ahead and get to them right now. We had Justin say, I love to see Cooper Kupp back in the top 3. Yeah, fingers crossed. We're going to hope for an upside game here. Cody Shannon says, Garrett Wilson or Kyron Williams in a full PPR. I'm fairly certain I have Kyron Williams lower. Yeah, I have Garrett Wilson at 21. I have Kyron Williams at 24. So yeah, we'll take Garrett Wilson there, Cody. Thank you. Jordan, Addison, or Pierce in a PPR. Let me check my rankings. Comparatively, Addison is there. I have Pierce ahead of Addison, just slightly though. Thank you. Olave or Hollywood Brown, full PPR. Considering where I moved Olave, I don't mind potentially playing Marquise Hollywood Brown there. If you're worried about it, you could play Marquise Hollywood Brown. I probably wouldn't. All right, let's see here. What is my phone's battery at? 25%? Okay, we'll live. I think we'll be able to survive the remainder of this game. Dalton Kincaid cleared concussion protocol. Okay, he's fine. All right. Did you ever go over defenses and kickers? I did. I'll probably go over it again in about, let's say, 9:15 a.m. So 7 minutes here, and I'll go over it again. Regular, would you trade Mostert and Amari Cooper for Jacobs? I don't know. It depends on your depth. In a vacuum, I would make that trade, but I don't know what the context of your team is. Malik Khan says half PPR flex, Miles, Pirine, Reynolds, Pickens, or Rice. Out of that group, if I'm starting a running back and a flex, I would play Miles Sanders and Pickens. Thank you. Let's see here. Landon Ramirez says, should I plug in the Panthers defense? No. Panthers defense is going to get cooked. Ridley again. We love to see it. Let's go. Come on, Ridley. Go. You know what? Make a big play, Ridley. Go for a nice 40-yard touchdown. Make all the haters shut their mouths, huh? Prove them wrong, baby. Wan'Dale Robinson or Jamison Williams? I'll probably play Wan'Dale Robinson there because Jamison Williams will be on a limited stat or pitch count. Addison or Rashee Rice? I'll play Addison there. LOL, he said he wouldn't play Hollywood over Olave. No, I wouldn't. What's the problem with that? I don't see how there's a problem there, Nick. If you want to do, listen, here's the thing. I'm telling you what I would do. I'm not telling you the answers. I don't have the answers. I'm just telling you what I would do within a given week. If you don't agree, so be it. That's just the reality of life. We're all going to agree and disagree on different points. Kyron or Garrett Wilson, chat. In a full PPR, it's Garrett Wilson. In a half PPR, it's Kyron. Moby1 says, I have to sit Waddle and Pittman, Sag. Starting CeeDee Lamb, Puka Nacua, and Devontae Smith. I mean, you have other great options, so I don't think you're really upset about that. Unless they obviously go nuclear on the bench, which hopefully they do for the case of everyone, playing well. But yeah, let's hope everybody plays well. Robert Woods or Khalif Raymond? I'll play Khalif Raymond there. Do you like Christian Watson, Breida, or Ramondre? I'll take Christian Watson there out of the group. Brandon says, can someone tell me who to drop? I have to make room for Kupp. Dotson or McLaughlin? Yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier. I said Dotson as my suggestion. Maybe you didn't hear me. Jonathan in the chat says, is it a bad idea to start Matthew Stafford with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua against the Eagles secondary, or start Brock Purdy? I mean, you're asking the guy that has Matthew Stafford ranked higher, so I'm gonna play all three of those studs. James Conner or Pittman? In a half PPR, I'd probably play James Conner. In a full PPR, I could understand Pittman's play. Thank you. Rashee Rice or Ayuk? 100% we're playing Ayuk. 100%. Coleman Young says, in a full PPR, Olave, Nico Collins, Zay Flowers. I'll take Nico Collins there, Coleman. Thank you. Braxton Hobbs says, Marquise Hollywood Brown or Joe Mixon in a full PPR. I'll take Marquise Hollywood Brown. Thank you. Sebastian says, trade Kyron Williams for Swift. Good deal. I'm okay with that. I think it's a lateral move rather than an uptick move. But yeah, I think it's a solid play. Either way, they're both good running backs the rest of the season. Dak or Burrow? I think I have Dak slightly below Burrow. I have Joe Burrow at 13 and Dak Prescott at 15, as you can see somewhere over there on screen. Thank you. Alrighty. Olave or Pierce in a full PPR? I probably just end up playing Pierce just to be safe. Cash Kid Cardi says, I traded Etienne and Ridley for Chase and have McCaffrey, Bijan, Achane, and Kyron Williams and Jonathan Taylor. You have too many running backs, man. I'll tell you that much. You have way too many running backs. Holy moly. Would you go Watson over Olave with a possible injury, ankle injury? Yeah, you could. That's fine. If you wanted it, that's fine by me. Again, guys, I don't have all the answers. I'm just telling you what I would do. I don't want to overreact on him being like a little hobbled. We know he's going to go back into the locker room and get it taped up. So, and if anything, they'll probably hit him with some Toradol and he'll be good to go. Like, it's not going to be a problem. If it becomes a bigger issue, then so be it. You know, I'm willing to take the risk on it because I know the matchup is so incredible going up against a secondary that has all their starting, cornerbacks out. Trevor Lawrence is running for his life right now. Oh my God. But yeah, I'm willing to take the risk. If you're not, then just play somebody else. Any updates on Aaron Jones' injury? No updates. He plays tomorrow, so we'll have to wait until then. Where are we at here? Okay. I have more rushing yards than James Cook today. Yeah, me too. Can you imagine that? It's crazy. James Cook has what, -2 still? That's just, dude, that's just a brutal week, man. That's just a brutal week. Waller or Ertz in a half PPR? I play Ertz there. Better matchup, better offense, better pizza, Papa John's. Let's hear. Phil says opponent started Allen over Fields this week. Woo-hoo-hoo. I mean, do you blame him though? I mean, Allen was coming off a monster game. So was Fields, but I mean, you have to play Allen, right? I would have done the same. Hopefully that's a good sign for me. Yes, let's hope that is. CJ Stroud or AR5, as in the 6 point per passing touchdown league. I would still play Anthony Richardson there for Cash Cardi. Richie Rich says I need 2 in the flex. Pickens, Dell, Raymond, Jameson. Pickens and Dell there this week. Thank you. Row Go says, just waking up. Should I still count on Aaron Jones playing or replace him with Spears or Gainwell? I would count on him playing tomorrow in comparison to those options. If you had said, hey, I have Aaron Jones or I have Dameon Pierce, I would say, okay, we could technically consider the option of going after and just like benching Aaron Jones to be safe. But considering your options are Spears and Gainwell, let's risk it. But I don't think there's enough risk to where I'm worried about it. I expect him to play tomorrow. Allen getting at least 20 points, so I'll be fine with that. Which Allen? Josh Allen? In what format? Does he really have 20 points? He has 12 in a 6 point per passing touchdown league. So that means he has 10. Which Allen are we talking about? Because Keenan Allen ain't playing this week. We had a question that came in from Mikey Tux. Thank you, Mikey. Appreciate it. Breece Hall, Christian Watson, Jacoby Myers, and Ramondre Stevenson at the flex. Okay, so if I'm playing one of the 4, I'll play Breece Hall out of the bunch. As for the follow-up question, also I traded Ford for Higgins. Thoughts? Depends on your running back depth. Considering you have Breece Hall and Ramondre, I mean, look, the issue with trading for Higgins is that he's connected to Joe Burrow, and until Joe Burrow gets healthy, and until obviously T. Higgins gets healthy, considering he has fractured ribs, it's going to be a tough trade to objectively say that right now it's a victory. I think in the long term it could help you, but time will tell. Thank you, man. P. Ryan or Zach Moss? I would play Zach Moss there. Are we back in on Fields? I was never off Fields. Check my rankings every week. I had him in my top 16 every week. I've never been off Fields, man. I have diamond hands, I'll tell you that much. All right. What is this offense doing? Is that a run from Tank Bigsby or is that ETN? That's ETN. Let's go. Big run. Almost game time. Good luck, everyone. Jack, we're 45 minutes away. We're a long ways away. Now, speaking of, it's 9:15, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to mention top 12 kickers in defense once again for those of you guys who did not hear it earlier, okay? As I'm mentioning this, if you guys can do me a favor, click the like button down below. It'd be greatly appreciated. Let's get into it, shall we? Number 1, defense, Detroit Lions. Number 2, Miami Dolphins. Number 3, Baltimore Ravens. Number 4, Houston Texans. Number 5, New Orleans Saints. Number 6, San Francisco 49ers. Number 7, New York Jets. Number 8, Dallas Cowboys. Number 9, New England Patriots. Number 10, Arizona Cardinals. Number 11, Cincinnati Bengals. And number 12, Tennessee Titans. We move on to the kicker conversation, beginning with our number 1, Jake Elliott. Number 2, Brandon Aubrey. Number 3, Brett Maher. Number 4, Jake Moody. Number 5, Kaimi Fairbairn. Number 6, Nick Folk. Number 7, Harrison Butker. Number 8, Jason Sanders. Number 9, we have Justin Tucker. 10 is Eddie Pinheiro. 11 is Riley Patterson. And number 12 is Greg Joseph. Thank you. Appreciate it. That'll probably be one of the final times that I mention it. Maybe one other time way later down in the future, near the end of the stream. But that'll be it. Russ or Purdy? I prefer Purdy in the given week, but I think Russ has got himself a decent option. Buffalo needs to stop. Stop what? Stop the other team from scoring or what? Is there a world where you would consider Sky Moore over Zay Flowers? No. Zay Flowers, Zay Flowers, the target volume that he's witnessed this year for a rookie is pretty alarming. On top of the fact that Sky Moore is just lost in the sauce of that offense. Like, unfortunately, there are just so many viable receiving options that are all just kind of mid that it just makes it impossible for one of those guys to kind of step up in the situation and have a breakout game. Like, in comparison to all wide receivers, Sky Moore plays like last week, right? He played 59% of the snaps. He was second amongst all wide receivers, only behind Justin Watson. Marquez Valdez-Scantling played 54% of the snaps. Rashee Rice played 46. Kadarius Toney played 24. Justin Ross played 6%. Like, there's just too many receivers in that offense and just not enough targets to go around. Even in an advantageous matchup like this, I wouldn't consider him over, Zay Flowers in the current capacity. All right, we had a couple more questions that were sent in. Enemies Within says standard Mostert or Garrett. In a standard scoring format where you get 0 points per reception, I would rather play Mostert over Garrett Wilson. In a full PPR, Addison or Gus Edwards, I'll take Addison there. TJ sends in a question. Thank you very much, TJ. I appreciate that. Says, drop Sutton, Addison, or Mostert for Jonathan Taylor. If I'm dropping one of them for rest of season purposes, I'll drop Sutton today. Thank you. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from George Garcia. Thank you very much, George. Would you still look to start Devontae Adams? Yes, I would. I expect him to play. He had a limited participation in practice yesterday, but I would. They scored a touchdown, huh? Who scored? Let's see here. Let's go to the game log. Who scored? ETN. Let's go. Nice. Good job, baby. That's huge. We needed that. ETN needed that for sure. Well done, ETN. Well done. Let's see here. Andrew, Ayuk or Olave? Full PPR. I'll take Ayuk there this week. All right, let's see here. Richard said, normal league. Am I okay to play Pittman Jr. over Thielen? Yes, you're okay to do that. Goodfellas says I didn't draft it. Okay, cool. Felipe says PPR pick 2. Achane, Mostert, Jonathan Taylor. Give me both of the running backs for the Miami Dolphins. That way you don't get any of the touchdowns getting yoinked from you. So basically, regardless of which running back scores a touchdown, you'll be, fully encompassing the entire matchup. On top of the fact that the Giants thus far this season, on average, from weeks 1 through 4, have been allowing 19 fantasy points per game to running back rushing statistics alone. So that's rushing yardage and rushing touchdowns. And we're talking about the most successful rushing attack in the National Football League with the Miami Dolphins. Whether it's garbage time, whether it's early in the game, we're going to see a lot of upside with those two running backs. I would play them both. Let's see here. Quaid says, would you start Ramondre over Olave flex given the ankle? I don't mind that. I mean, would I do it? If it's my team, it's a full PPR, I probably play Olave, but you guys got to understand I'm a risky son of a gun. Like I will make plays outside of my own means, but for conventional wisdom, if I was suggesting, hey, who should you play? Yeah, I think playing Ramondre Stevenson is the smarter of the two options, because there's a potential where Olave could re-aggravate the injury, leave the game, and that could really end up messing up your given week. You might as well just take the player that's going to be in the matchup and should have himself a decent production over the course of the week. So yeah, probably suggest playing Stevenson there. Khalil Jones says, would you try to trade more for Cup? Yes, I would. If you can do it, you should. Nathan says, bonjour, monsieur. Kirikov, thank you very much, Nathan. 6-point passing touchdown. Okay, cool. Half PPR. I have Tua and Anthony Richardson. Very well. I need a running back. Okay. Which quarterback do I keep rest of season? And which running back do I try to trade for? I would try to trade away either of the two. I'm comfortable trading away either of the two in a 6-point per passing touchdown league. It just depends on what they prefer. If you were going to trade a top-tier quarterback as such, I would try to potentially go buy low on like an Aaron Jones if you can. I don't know if you'll be able to do so, but if you can, that's probably a good idea. Thank you. I'll take Khalif Raymond there. Jason, assuming it's a full PPR, even in a half PPR, I'll probably just play Khalif Raymond there. Warren or Algier? Give me Warren in a full PPR there, Michael Lewis. Thanks, man. Should I start Kamara over Jones, non-PPR? I would. I'd be comfortable doing so. ETN, 19 rushes, 89 yards, and a touchdown. Great. But can we get a comeback, a roaring comeback from the Buffalo Bills, who once looked like they were the best team in the league, specifically not even just 7 days ago, to now looking like they're probably one of the worst teams in the league, unfortunately. What's the penalty? Of course. It's on the Christian Watson or James Conner, says Harmon Singh. I would probably let me check. Let me check my half PPR here. I think I have Connor ahead of him. I do have Connor ahead of him. I would play Connor. Thanks, man. Nathan sends in a super chat. Okay, we took care of that. Thank you again, Nathan. I appreciate that from Canada. If you're starting out with Bonjour, I'm assuming this is some Quebec stuff, huh? Is that where you reside? Appreciate it though. Tyrell Francis says JT, Nico, Kamara, half PPR. If I'm picking one of the three, I probably play Kamara out of the bunch. Is Josh Allen going for... Oh, my God. He's going for it all. First and 20, they making plays down the field. Just don't throw a pick, Josh Allen. Go and have yourself a week. Come on. My Phone Repair says, I'm scared of Russell killing me this week. About to risk it with Zach Wilson. Oh, man. Good luck, man. 07. Nico... Yeah, I already answered that one. Colton Thomas says, Andrew, got a tough one. I think flex full PPR, Miles Sanders, Jordan Addison, Michael Thomas with Olave injury. I still end up playing Jordan Addison out of the bunch. Even with the... Dude, is there another penalty? Yo, these refs got to stop, man. Stop making it about you. Stop throwing penalties, man. What is this? What are we doing? Is it holding again? Holding. Oh, my God. From Montreal, Quebec. Yeah, okay, cool, nice. I appreciate that, man. Man, the penalties got to stop today, huh? Please? If the penalties don't stop now, I mean, I don't know when they're supposed to, but goodness gracious. Let's see here. We had a question. Uriel Mendez says, drop Moss for Breida. Yeah, I'm perfectly down doing so, and then you could start him for Barkley. Thanks, man. Steven Hernandez says, AJ Dillon or Zach Moss. I'll probably take AJ Dillon there. Okay. Vish 2009 says, traded Kyron Williams for CeeDee Lamb. Thoughts? I like that trade. Well done. Nelson Rincon says, hey, Andrew, who would you start in the flex? PPR, Stevenson, Addison, or Laporta? That's a really good question. I think it's Laporta. Let me check. It's a full PPR, right? Yeah. Laporta. Yeah, Laporta is ranked the highest out of the three. Let's go, baby. Let's fire him up. Let's see here. Con Fan says, half PPR, 16 teams. Would you drop any of Rice, Downs, or Parker for Ikine rest of season? No. Keep those. I mean, is Parker worth keeping? I can't objectively say that he is. I don't think he's worth dropping, though, for Westbrook Ikine. So I just keep what you have. I wouldn't make any moves at the moment. All right. Sebastian says bench one, Olave, Michael Thomas, Judy. I probably end up benching Michael Thomas, to be honest. Dude, is that another penalty? I mean, what are we doing? Okay, I'm going to actually look this up. How many penalties have there been committed in this game? Team comparison. Is there penalty yardage? Penalties. The Buffalo Bills have 10 penalties. How many yards? 99 yards. Oh, my God. Give me a break, man. Holy moly. Steven Hernandez says, let's get some more likes for the boy Andrew. That's right. Let's go. We're so close to 600. Let's get 600, guys. We're so close. Sean says, how did you lose so much weight? I didn't lose any weight, man. Anything that I may have lost in the last 2 months have been gained back because Andrew's been relaxing too much, man. I've lost time of the day because, honestly, working this one-man show is really difficult. So anything that, I think I've been eating one too many cookies and pizzas as of late. But how did I lose it? Mainly lifting weights. And I was lifting a lot. So working out a lot, lifting a lot, and that helped. And then obviously, I've gained back a pretty sizable margin, but nonetheless, keeping it moving, hopefully in the right direction. Just got to find more time. Hopefully, as the season progresses and I get more kind of, I guess, adjusted to the schedule of sleeping for only 4 hours a night, I can maybe slip in like an hour long, lifting, session. But it's tough, man. It's tough. Dilo says, kudos, all the work. Unreal that you're not at 100K subs yet. Yeah, and it is what it is, man. Dude, I'm trying to get to 80K subs. I know you're talking about 100K. I'm trying to get to 80. How close are we to 80? We are less than 700 away. Like, that's where I'm trying to get. Like, I'm baby steps still. I'm still trying to get there. Negative yardage from James. Is it really? Oh, no. Okay, could we get a touchdown, though, from... Could we keep this spicy? Could we get an easy, back and forth game? Jamison Williams or Rashee Rice? Brian, I would probably suggest you play Rice there because I don't think Jamison Williams plays too many snaps today, and there goes Josh Allen getting sacked. And what's the penalty for? Probably holding, if I had to guess. Too much Josh Allen and Josh Allen action. Yeah, the defensive end is getting after him. If you guys remember a couple years back, 2021, the Jacksonville Jaguars beat the Buffalo Bills in that game, primarily the same way. They didn't let Josh Allen do anything, and the pass rush killed him. And I didn't think it would be the same this year, but looks like it is. Let's see here. Oh, we got the 600 likes. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. It's greatly appreciated. 6 of my buddies sub to you. Daniel, I'm going to assume that was all because of you. I appreciate that. That was roughing the passer? Oh, come on. They're not. Okay, now it's... The script is showing, guys. They're showing their script. They're showing their hand. The National Football League's trying to rig this one. Where are you throwing the ball, man? That's an out route. You're throwing it 15 yards out of bounds. Jimmy Richardson. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate it, man. Says, full PPR, Stevenson, Debo, Judy, Thomas, and Sutton. Of those available options in a full PPR scoring format, I would play Debo Samuel in the given week. Thank you. Let's see here. We had a question from Robert Baldwin. Says, I need Kirk over a Hundy to stop the haters. Nah, you're going to need a lot more than that because they'll still continue to exist regardless of what he does every week. Flex Jonathan, Taylor, or Hopkins. I'll take Hopkins there. Touchdown Gabe Davis. God bless. Let's go. That's 4 weeks in a row. Oh my goodness. Gabe Davis. Should I drop Jacoby Myers for Tank Dell? No. Keep Jacoby Myers. I'm fine with that. Are you worried about Debo being used as a decoy once again? I would be if he was injured. He wasn't on the injury report this week, which is obviously very promising. Was that a touchdown pass or was that a rushing attempt? Because I didn't see it. I just saw him get into the end zone. Was there a penalty on it? Don't tell me it was a penalty on the play, man. Incomplete pass? Wait, was it not a touchdown? Am I crazy? What's going on here? Pass interference? They really call it back, dude? Oh my God, these refs are insufferable. Can you stop? Holy moly. All right. Getting to a couple more of these questions. Chris sends in a question. Chris Kreider says, drop McLaughlin for Breida. Yeah, I think that's probably the best scenario here. Is there another penalty? Yo, okay, I'm done, man. I can't watch this game. I'm going to lose my mind. Sorry. Apologies. I mean, listen, man. You guys haven't seen me watch a game, I get pretty animated. But yes, Chris, I would pick up Breida and play him over McLaughlin. Thank you. Defensive rankings, Berg. We'll get to that in a moment. Thank you. Let's see here. Criminal Kids says start Tank Dell, Jonathan Taylor, or Josh Reynolds. Out of that group, I probably end up playing Dell. Yeah, that's probably the one that I end up playing there. Thanks, man. Tua or Lamar Jackson to start. I like Lamar. I like the rushing upside. Who scored this time around? Was there a touchdown this time around? Let me check. Yeah, Josh Allen to Khalil Shakir. Okay, well, there goes Gabriel Davis's 4-game streak. Thanks, man. Thanks, Josh. And who caught it out of the backfield? And, dude, 10? Who's number 10? Dude didn't even try to make a move. Looked like if it was me trying to make a move. Come on, man. Put some, a little shake and bake on that. Are you serious? He didn't even try to make a move. Yo, that was awful. All right, whatever. Keep it moving. What the heck was that play call? I mean, the assumption was that he would be able to beat him to the edge, but he just didn't. He didn't make a move. I don't know, man. That was rough. Boyd, Raymond, or Addison? I'll take Addison, Boyd, and Raymond in that order. What defenses? Let's do it right now. Sure, let's do it. All right, top 12 defenses for the week. Detroit, number 1. Miami, number 2. Baltimore, number 3. Houston, number 4. Texans, number 5. Houston's number 4. Texans, number 4. Number 5 is the Saints. Number 6 is the 49ers. Number 7 is the Jets. Number 8 is the Cowboys. Number 9 is the Patriots. Number 10 is the Cardinals. Number 11 is the Bengals. And number 12 is the Titans. Thank you. Again, that's Lions, Dolphins, Ravens, Texans, Saints, 49ers, Jets, Cowboys, Patriots, Cardinals, Bengals, Titans. Thank you. Appreciate it. Alrighty, a couple more questions that were sent in. Sean Augustine or August. Jalen, Warren, or Rashee Rice? Give me Warren there. Jay sends in a question, says, what is your reason for having Zach Wilson above Daniel Jones? Daniel Jones has 3 of the starting offensive linemen out for another game, and Barkley's out. The assumption is that what we saw Monday night against the Seattle Seahawks most likely will repeat itself, primarily because of the fact that the Miami Dolphins are just too good of an offense. They're probably going to come out and boat race the opposing team against that defense. And what will probably happen is Daniel Jones will be forced to pass for majority of the second half. And because of that being the case, unfortunately, there's a situation where he's going to get sacked multiple times, probably turn over the ball a couple times here and there, and it's just going to be a disaster. So okay. So now I know that you guys said that Gabe Davis scored. Thank you. We're good. I was overreacting. I saw Khalil Shakir's name in the feed here, but yeah, I didn't know. So yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate you guys clarifying that. Appreciate it. Glad Gabriel Davis found the end zone. Makes this week that much easier to survive in. Definitely a rough week to start though. Alrighty, let's see here. At least listen, Calvin Ridley, 6 catches for 90 yards, 14 rushing yards, over 100 yards. Let's go, baby. All right, Texans winning today. They play against Atlanta. Yeah, they should win. If they let Desmond Ridder beat them, that's on them, If you're going to let Desmond Ridder beat you, it is what it is. Texans, okay, so let's get back to some of these some of these questions. I'm going to start rapid fire. Tomas Medina, okay, you got that. E111 says, let's watch the whole game one day, Andrew. Let's watch, listen, if you want to, listen, it's going to be tough because, again, like I mentioned earlier, there's too much of a delay between YouTube and the stream that I'm watching, so it's like a 40-second delay at times. Let's see here. Should I trade Higgins for Tank Dell and Judy? If you need wide receiver depth, sure. Outside of that, probably not. Why start Shaheed over Wan'Dale Robinson? Why start Shaheed and Wan'Dale over London? I wouldn't. I wouldn't even start either of them over London. Just play Shaheed if you're going to play one of the two. But yeah, I don't know what the heck that was. Ansh Suri says, should I trade? Okay, so we took care of that one. Caesar says start 3, PPR, Olave, Nico Collins, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua. I would play Kupp, Puka, and Nico. We move on to Big Cat. Thank you very much, Big Cat. I appreciate it. Big Cat says, would you trade Achane for Mark Andrews or hold? I would hold. Paul sends in a question. Thank you very much. Paul says, hey, Andrew, in a full PPR, should I flex Tyler Boyd or Christian Watson? I would flex Christian Watson. Thank you. Daniel Jones or Carr in a guillotine league? Oh, man. I have Carr ranked higher, to be totally honest, and I don't feel confident about that either. Higgins isn't producing. It's not a matter of Higgins isn't producing. Higgins has a broken rib. So if you're trying to get rid of him, you can. Also, Higgins isn't producing because Joe Burrow's hurt. That's the primary reason why he's not producing. It's a trickle-down effect. Should I start Kamara over Jones? Ben, yes. Brandon Malone says, drop Burks for Spears. Yes, I'm down with that. I have A.J. Brown, Ridley. Yeah, I'm good with that, Brandon. DK Mitchell, thank you very much, DK. I appreciate that. Pick 2 PPR, RB2 in a flex. Kyron Williams, Achane, JT, Nico Collins. In a full PPR, I would play Achane alongside of Nico. Actually, do I have Nico ranked higher? Let me check. Hold up real quick. Cross-reference. Nico Collins. I have Nico Collins 1 spot ahead of Kyron Williams in the flex full PPR. Nice catch, Calvin Ridley. Just ice out the game. Just beat the Bills. Because obviously the Bills don't want to win this game. I don't know what they're doing. Debo or Marquise Hollywood Brown? I like Debo this week. Should I have... Who should I have, Judy or Dell? Or if you're only picking one, straight up 1-for-1, rest of season, probably Judy, but yeah, that would probably be it. Dream JC says, playing safe with Flowers or risk it with Devontae Adams, no backups. Oh, man. I would risk it. I don't know what your record looks like. I would risk it. That's all. I mean, that's what I would do. I'd be willing to risk it for the biscuit. Ferguson or Wall. But again, if you don't have any backups, there's no way to pick up someone like Hunter Renfro tomorrow or nothing of that extent, then I guess you just play Flowers and just take the downgrade at the moment. Ferguson or Waller. Daniel Ortiz. I would play Ferguson. Again, rankings are on screen. As of right now, up to date, I have Ferguson as my number 7 tight end, and I have Waller as my number 12. Guys, don't forget the rankings are on screen, are up to date as of this week, so utilize them to the best of your ability. Let's see, what down is it? Josh Allen looks like he's just tired on the bench. It's 2nd and 8. Timeout has been taken. How many percent do I have on my battery? 11% on my phone. We're about to just... I mean, I think my phone will probably die as the stream ends, so it's kind of a perfect combination of timing. Dallas Goedert or Higbee. Again, rankings are on screen in regards to that. Donald Smith. Dallas Goedert is one spot ahead of Higbee. 8 and 9. Thank you. Laporta or Madison? Allen. I would play Laporta there. Gus Edwards or Breida in a PPR? DJ. I would play Breida. Let's see here. How big of a catch was that from Ridley, by the way? Let me check. Ridley, 32-yard gain. Let's go, baby. And ETN is off into the races. GG. Ice the game. Let's go, ETN. G, F, and G. Well done. ETN is a beast, man. Absolute beast. Dude has 34 points. 34 points. What a game. What a game. What a game. All right. Let's see here. If Kincaid has another mid-game, can I drop him? Yes, you can. I mean, you can wait for him to have a breakout, but I don't know if it's likely to occur sooner rather than later. Warren or risk Javonte? I would just play Warren. I think it's very risky. Unless you have Jaleel McLaughlin as a backup to Javonte, I think it's too risky. Well, hopefully we can get some garbage time points from Buffalo, right? Hopefully. Daniel says, I started Ridley and ETN. Let's go, baby. Well done. Let's go. Romeo Connor says, half PPR, Najee or Michael Wilson? In a half PPR, let me check who I have ranked higher. Let me see. In a half PPR, I have Najee Harris ranked higher. Thank you. Kyron Williams or Kamara in a full PPR? Let me check my full PPR. Full PPR, Kyron Williams or Kamara. What do we have? I have Kamara ahead of Kyron Williams in a full PPR. Thank you for the question. Marquise Brown, Mixon, Stevenson, or Taylor in the flex. What's your format, Silent Bandit? My phone battery is at 10% now. All right. This thing is about to go night-night. Hey, Andrew from Montreal. 12-team league PPR. I have Mostert, Madison, and Ramondre as my running back. Should I try to trade for better running backs? Hill, AJ Brown, Nico Collins, Lockett, Tutu, and Palmer are my wide receivers. Thoughts? I mean, yes, you should. You should always try to improve your running backs, especially with the ones that you have. As to how you do so, I mean, you could probably try to move one of those wide receivers. I mean, but then again, if you can start 3 wide receivers in your league, you probably don't want to move on from what you have, and you probably just want to wait for an upside performance from Madison and try to ship him and see what we can do there. Maybe if you can still sell high on Mostert before HN really just takes over, I think that might be a good idea as well. But yeah, you should definitely try to improve on those running backs for sure. Would you trade David Montgomery for Ridley in a full PPR? No. David Montgomery is kind of hard to pass up on going forward. It really is. Do you think Adams is going to start tomorrow? I believe he will. He practiced yesterday at a limited capacity. Again, he plays tomorrow, and he plays against Green Bay. I feel like it's a game that he would probably suit up for. PPR, Nico Collins or Pittman? I have Nico Collins ahead of him. Addison, Dobbs, Breida, or Jalen Warren? Full PPR? I have Dobbs ahead of him. ahead of the bunch there, Steven. Is that a catch from Gabriel Davis? Wait a minute. We have a game here. How many timeouts does Buffalo have? Buffalo has 0 timeouts. So they're going to have to go for an onside kick, huh? What a catch by Gabe Davis. I mean, 31 just played that terribly. I just don't know who he's covering there. Did Gabe Davis come back for the ball? I didn't see the full replay. DeAndre Hopkins or George Pickens this week? Robo Hobo Productions. I would play DeAndre Hopkins. Good name, though. Gabe Davis over 100 yards. We'd love to see it. Paul says, are we feeling good about Aaron Jones starting? Yes, I am feeling good about it. I think he will certainly be playing tomorrow. Again, he played last week. So even though they're like limiting him at practice, they don't want to like kind of have any sort of setback. The expectation is that he'll be fine. Will Taylor Swift be in Minnesota today? I don't know. Are they at home or are they away? Is it an away game? NFL Week 5. I would venture to say she's not. It's in Minnesota. I'm going to guess she's not. Primarily because... Come on, run it in. Who scored there, by the way? Josh Allen? Let's go. Good rushing touchdown. Let's go, baby. I would venture to say she's not because they probably don't have a box for her. I mean, they would give her a box. They'd be like, hey, take all the sweets. We don't care. Just take them all. But yeah. Nico Collins or Joe Mixon? Zen, I'd probably go with Nico there in a full PPR. I'd probably go Nico in both scenarios because I don't know if Joe Burrow is going to be enough. Any boost to Hopkins in the rankings with Burks out? Yeah, that's already been taken into account. Thank you. If you remember earlier in the week, I had Hopkins a little bit lower in my rankings. He's higher now in comparison. Allen garbage time. Yeah, you're not wrong. Somebody said it earlier. Said, at least I get 20 points from Allen. And I was like, he has 10 points. And now he's got an additional 20 points on top of whatever he previously had, thanks to his incredible garbage time efforts. I mean, hey, they've still got the 2-minute warning and they could probably get the ball back. There's a chance. I mean, how many points are they down right now? They're down 5 points. There's a chance. I'm not going to say it's out of the realm of possibility, but it's definitely an unlikely, attempt at greatness. Shake sends in a super chat. Thank you, Shake. I appreciate that. Shake says, Dameon Pierce or Devonta Smith PPR. I'll take Devonta Smith there. Thank you. Addison, Dobbs, or Breida? Steven, like I mentioned earlier, I'll take Dobbs. Breida or Miles Sanders? Predator Wild. I will take Breida there. Thank you. Chris Rosado says, Allen garbage time. Yes. Billy the Kid says, last minute plug for Rice Crispy or JT. I would rather play JT over Rice Crispy. Good name though. Tony says, GM Drew, Rice or London? I'll take London there. Half PPR. I have Mahomes and Kelsey starting. I don't know if I can trust the Kansas City wide receiver. I'm just gonna play London there in my opinion. Enemies Within says onside kick. Probably should. I mean, otherwise the game ends, right? They could probably get a first down the way that ETN's running the ball. Oh my God. Dude, they had a chance. I mean, they really did have a chance. They had a really good chance to get that ball. They just couldn't get there fast enough. Stu Gooden, thank you, Stu, says, is Kittle a reliable enough option at the tight end position? As long as San Francisco has a full complementary of players. Yeah, it is tough. I think he'll be fine. He's had a really rough month, but he typically always kind of finds his footing eventually. Marwin says, Aaron Jones or Waddle, full PPR. Let me check my rankings, and I'll let you know right now. Full PPR, where's Waddle? Waddle is at 30. Aaron Jones, where art thou? Where's Aaron Jones? Yeah, I have Waddle ahead of Aaron Jones in a full PPR. Thank you. Trade Chase for Eckler. Yes, I would. What do you guys think? I traded Mostert for Breece Hall. I like that trade a lot. Jonathan Taylor or Nico Collins? I'll take Nico this week. Again, Jonathan Taylor is going to be limited, or that's what the report came out yesterday. 6 years since the last successful onside kick. For who? For the league? No, it hasn't been 6 years. Younghoe Koo did it a couple years back on Thursday, Thanksgiving Day against the Saints. He did it twice in one game. Check your facts. Swift or Christian Watson, full PPR. I will take Swift, drums. Let's see here. We had a question from, okay. Zach says Debo or Myers. I'll take Debo. I'm comfortable with that. Madison or Zay Flowers in the flex. Colton, I'll take Zay Flowers. Rashi Rice or Nick Westbrook Ikine. Listen, I like my Nick Westbrook. Don't get it twisted. I do. That's just what I prefer. I think there's just more touchdown upside there potentially. Montgomery or Devonta Smith? Give me Montgomery, even in a full PPR. JT or Zay? I'll take Zay. Hill, Gibbs, and Flowers or Bijan or St. Brown. Is that a trade? Where? Hill, Gibbs, and Flowers or Bijan and St. Brown? I think I'd probably take Bijan and St. Brown at this point. Kyron Williams or Laporta? Yeah, it's 1.5 premium. I have to do the math on that. That changes my entire projection model. Give me a second. In a 1.5 premium. Let me just change the equation. I think it's probably a very close clip between the two. I probably play Laporta there. Today, are we feeling good about Gabriel Davis? I mean, I thought we felt good about Gabriel Davis every week. He's always been that touchdown or bust kind of guy. But today, more than ever, he's been exceptional. Thanks to, of course, the fact that the Bills did not start off hot today. They've had to throw for far more yards than they did last week, for sure. Joe Garrett says, as a Jets fan, is it crazy to start Dell over both Sutton and Judy? I don't think it's crazy, no. Addison or Warren? Tomas, I'd play Addison there. Samuel, thank you very much, Samuel, for the super chat. Says, I need one quarterback for my super flex, Dak, Burrow, and Wilson or Sutton. If I'm starting two of those three quarterbacks, the order at which I start them is designated down here. So of Burrow, Zach Wilson, and Dak Prescott, I have Burrow, Dak Prescott, and Zach Wilson in that order, 13, 15, and 16. Thank you. What does it say? Do you see Kupp going right back to all-pro form, or do you foresee a slow climb back? I think he's going back to all-pro form. Considering he was at a full capacity all week and that Sean McVay said that there's going to be no limitations on him, I mean, it's got to be a successful week, right? It's got to be a successful rest of the season. Kirchhoff, you do a heck of a job, sir. Thank you very much, Total Chat. I appreciate that. Yeah, we've been live for 3 hours and 50 minutes. I'm getting used to these long live streams, and I'm getting used to live streaming more often during the week. Again, this last week we live streamed over the course of the week. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. Total of, I want to guess, an hour and a half. So 3 hours, 7 hours, 9 hours in 1 week of live streaming. So it's pretty good. We're getting there. We're getting there. Sorry if I missed it. Warren, Javonte, Jaleel, or Pickens. So my suggestion for that would be to play Pickens, and in either of the two, whoever starts between Javonte and Jaleel. If Javante's active, you play Javonte. If he's not, you play Jaleel, but Pickens is the other option there. Symbolic. Thank you. Chase Chappell says, Guy wants to make a trade AJ and Saquon for Higgins, Smith, Madison. Yeah, give me AJ and Saquon. Oh, sorry. Hold on, wait. Higgins, Smith, Madison, and Walker. Okay. Wow. Okay. 10-team league. I'm sitting at 2-2. Chase, if you really need the depth, sure. Otherwise, I prefer AJ Brown over Smith, and I prefer Saquon over Walker. So Madison and Higgins, do they really help you in the long run? If they don't, then I'm not making that trade. New England or New Orleans defense? I have New Orleans ranked higher. Chris Moraga says, PPR, Collins or Olave? I have Collins ranked higher. I'm nervous about starting Kupp and Puka, but I'm going to risk it. Don't be nervous. They play against Philadelphia. It's a great matchup. Trust. Sutton or Atwell in a half PPR? I'll take Sutton there. Khalil Herbert, high ankle sprain, question mark. Who can I pick up before week 6? Help. Who can you pick up before week 6? You pick up Deontay Foreman if you want. I guess technically he's a backup for that team. Okay, it's 4th down. The Bills are going to have what? 20 seconds to make a move down the field? Jonathan Taylor is about to take the field. Is he? Well, let's hope for a solid game here. Obviously, he's going to be limited in his overall opportunities, but should be good. McKean says Stevenson or Pierce. McKean, if it's a full PPR, I would play Jacoby Myers. If it's not, I'll play Pierce. Johnny Del Rosso says full PPR, Josh Reynolds or Rashid Shaheed. I'll take Josh Reynolds there. Thank you very much, Farmer. Appreciate that. Justin says Wan'Dale Robinson and Cortland Sutton with no Saquon. I'll still take Cortland Sutton there. Thanks, man. Sam Smith says Derrick Henry or James Conner or Achane and Swift. Derrick Henry and James Conner or Achane. I don't understand that question. Is that a starter question or is that a trade question? Kyle Rudd says Ayuk, Mixon, or Jonathan Taylor in the flex. I'll play Ayuk there. That's where I'm leaning. Thank you. Zach Mokamba says I traded Mixon and Brees and Puka for Henry. Is that too much? Yeah, you gave up way too much. Ramondre or Breida? Give me Ramondre. Laporta or Pickens? Give me Laporta. Jones, Madison, or JT? I will trust that Jones is going to play tomorrow. I'm willing to take the risk. I don't know if you are, but that's my approach. Carlos says Ramondre or Breida. I'll take Ramondre. Zay Jones out again. It's going to be Ridley and Kirk, baby. That is unfortunate. I hope that Zay Jones can get healthy soon. But in the meanwhile, yeah, it will be a lot of Kirk and a lot of... Dude, we didn't see Evan Ingram today, huh? That's crazy. James Johnson said, appreciate your hard work that you put in, man. Let's give Kirchhoff his credit. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thanks, James. Appreciate that. We had a question that came in from Dan Carroll. Says, trade Mike Evans for Aaron Jones full PPR. If you're in desperate need of a running back, I'm willing to do so. Otherwise, probably not. Damian Vasquez or Velasquez. Yeah, Velasquez. Did they fumble, actually, or is that an incomplete pass? Damian Velasquez says, CJ Stroud or Joe Burrow? CJ Stroud this week, thank you. Damian Pierce or Julian McLaughlin? Damian Pierce. Sutton or Reynolds? Sutton. We appreciate, thank you very much. Guys, I know it. Thank you, guys. For those of you guys who joined us today, click the like button, sent in a comment, question, all that kind of jazz. I appreciate it. Sorry if you answered this before. Did you do defensive rankings? Let's do it right now. And also, would you start Waller or London? I'll start London there. Defensive rankings, the final time for today's stream. Final time. Number 1, Lions. Number 2, Dolphins. Number 3, Ravens. Number 4, Texans. Number 5, Saints. Number 6, 49ers. Number 7, Jets. Number 8, Cowboys. Number 9, Patriots. Number 10, Cardinals. Number 11, Bengals. Number 12, Titans. The Tennessee Titans. Thank you. I do appreciate you guys. More than you probably will ever know. But thank you guys. Appreciate it. Trade Montgomery for St. Brown? No. I wouldn't. I love Montgomery, man. I've loved him all off season, and he's playing well. Trade Mondre and McLaurin for JT on Thursday. I like that trade. I'm fine with it. Love the content. Keep it up. Start Devonta Smith or Alvin Kamara. What's your scoring format? Takeover. Takeover. Nice, good name, actually. Because in a full PPR, I'd probably go Devonta Smith. In a half, I'd probably consider going Alvin Kamara. Is it okay to start Rice over Sanders in London? Yeah, I don't care. That's fine. Listen, he might end up playing very well. A lot of people are asking about Rashee Rice. I might just be blind to it. I might just have a blind spot, and that's going to be my weakness for the week. But for now, yeah, I don't mind that. Akers or Reed? I'd rather have Jaden Reed. Please help. Pierce, Collins, or Watson? Pierce, Collins, or Watson? What's your scoring format? If it's a half PPR, I probably end up playing Collins out of the bunch. Chat, AJ Dillon really better than Westbrook. My wide receiver room is decimated in random injuries as of late this week. I don't think AJ Dillon's better unless Aaron Jones misses the week. Rest of season. What do you think? Again, I posted a video yesterday with Jonathan Taylor on the thumbnail early yesterday morning. That is rest of season rankings for the 2023 season. Top 36 running backs, top 45 wide receivers, top 18 quarterbacks and tight ends. And I also have strength of schedule within the video. So if you guys haven't yet already, check that out after this video in regards to potential trades. Odell Beckham or Brandon Cooks. I have Odell Beckham ranked higher. Thank you. JT or Dobbs full PPR. I'll take Dobbs there. Jarrett Reed says, good afternoon. Sit one full PPR. Ayuk, Smith, Nakua, or Waddle. I sit Waddle out of the group. Thank you. Is the game over? Oh, it's final. Was that an actual fumble? What was the actual designation of the last play? My phone was at 5% battery on the final drive there. What was the final play there? Fourth quarter. Can I get where's the play-by-play? Who fumbled? Josh Allen passed to Stephon Diggs, went for 12 yards, tackled, fumbled. I mean, come on, man. What are we doing? Why you got to fumble at the end of the week? I mean, what are we doing? Was that even considered a fumble? I'm looking at his, yeah, it actually was counted as a fumble. Wow. Okay, very well. All right, a couple more questions. Downs, Raymond, or Westbrook? I'll take Raymond there. Actually, no, I'll take Westbrook out of the bunch, unless it's a full PPR in which I take Raymond. Thanks for, okay, thank you very much. No problem. Start Gallup and Lamb or Josh Reynolds. Again, in a half PPR, I currently have Josh Reynolds slightly behind Gallup. So I would take Gallup there. Thank you. Michael Thomas, Thielen, bench one. I would sit Reynolds. I'd start Michael Thomas and Thielen there, Sebastian. Reed or Akers? Again, I'm playing Reed there. Full PPR, Warren, Kirk, or Palmer for Ramondre and Watson. I'm okay with that trade. That doesn't bother me. It was he lateraled it. Thank you. I wasn't watching. I appreciate that. Kelly Mural says, or Merle. I don't know. Kelly, thanks, man. Appreciate it. So Kelly says, in a full PPR, Tyler Boyd or Matt Breida. In a full PPR, I would rather play Tyler Boyd. Yeah, that would be the preferred. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Let's see. Good luck, everyone. That's right, Jeremy. Thank you. All right, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is pretty much the end of the road. We've been here for 4 hours. Is there a London game next week? Let me see here. Week 6 NFL. Week 6 of next week. We do have a London game. All right, I'll be back here next Sunday, 6 a.m. early, bright and early, again for another 4-hour stream. Tomorrow I'll be back with waiver wire pickups with whatever is the best available options. We should be in a good position. I appreciate you all. Thank you, everybody, for coming by, clicking the like button. Whoever sent in super chats, that's greatly appreciated. That pretty much covers it from me today. Dell or Goddard, I'll play Dell there. I appreciate y'all. It's 10 a.m. I'm going to cue the music, and I'm going to go watch me some football and take a nap because I'm running on 2 hours of sleep. Thanks, everybody, for watching. And until next time, tomorrow, I'll see you guys. Peace.